I found a light. And when I say I found a light, I remembered, oh, I just bought a light like earlier today for my bedroom. Because there's no overhead light in there. So I was like, probably should get a lamp.
Sam, what does your shirt say? Nice.
Fitting.
Yes, good girl. Good girl.
So I'm gonna pause. Probably the next time that I show up on here, my angle's gonna be different because I got myself a new desk.
Yay, everything.
Fuck yeah!
Yay. What
New
about
desk.
desk?
I got myself a new desk yesterday. I just haven't set it up yet. What's funny is it's actually the place we got it from. Is by the way, that looks awesome.
What? Oh.
Wither's stream. That just.
Oh, the new overlay. Yeah.
I haven't seen it. Hold on.
New overlay.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, there's so many. I'm excited for you all to see them.
I like it.
So we have this one, and then I'll just show it off while you guys are looking, because you probably won't get a chance to look later.
Yeah, probably
we have
not.
one for combat as well. So this is the new combat one.
Nice.
I'm very excited about it. You feel like
Peepers on top of the chat.
Yep.
I take credit for that!
That was her. 'Cause I was
That's
like, man, I
awesome.
feel bad that Peepers isn't on the combat. I was like, what should we do with Peepers? She's like, put him on top of the combat. I was like,
Put him on top of the combat? How dare you?
M, like them. I'm Midwestern.
EM.
We abbreviate everything.
Put them.
But no, yeah. So I picked up a new desk yesterday. It's
Hell
from a
yeah.
place around here called Nebraska Furniture Mart. It's like if IKEA and Best Buy had a baby,
That's a weird combination.
because it's got like furniture, but it also has electronics, and it's really cool. But this is actually the third desk we bought from them.
I mean,
So,
clearly
I
they
use
make
one
Either very
good
good or very
products, so.
bad.
No, because I currently use one for my work desk. My wife uses one for her work desk.
Oh no! Oh no!
What?
Hidden on keyboard.
Today's 8:15, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
But it was funny because the desk that she has is pretty cool. It has like one of the the monitor bar that has like the LED below it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this one does too, but it has like a little extra. It's an L desk, so it has a little extra section.
I
And as
missed my L desk.
so as she was getting, because we're getting a new dishwasher, and then she's like, go check out desk while I'm doing this. And I meet her halfway after I find the one I want to get. I was like, I found it. I was like, by the way, I'm not meaning to one up your desk, but I'm accidentally one-ing up your desk. Because it was also on a really good sale too.
Yeah, well, so when
Like-
we got our desks for the new house, Lewis and I had to get new desks just to fit in the house, and I got one that clipped onto the unit because I wanted like a combi thing. And that didn't work out for me, so I split it off and made it into like a regular old desk, and he got, because it was on a deal and because he wanted it and because he was having to get the shittier room for having his PC in, he got one of those motorized standing desks.
Oh,
Never
my
uses
husband has
it.
one of those.
Never uses it.
My husband has one of those. He actually does use it, though.
But I got mine because mine was cheaper, and I was like, we'll meet you halfway because I'm getting a cool new office. Never uses it. It upsets me greatly. I would love a standing desk.
Makes you feel better. My husband took a shelf off the wall with his standing desk because he thought he had clearance, and he did.
Oh, Lewis is on that. Or more specifically, he almost broke a shelf. Go get it. Come on, go get it. And fetch. Good girl. I went through to get socks, and they started meowing at me to play, and I was like, really? Now? I love you,
Right
but
now,
now?
right now.
Like, I love you, but now?
Meow. Oh, I have to have the bag of holding open too. I forgot about that.
Yeah. While we're on the topic of mentioning peepers being above the chat, because that's awesome, I'm just gonna, I hope you don't mind, I never cleared this with the streamers, but I'm gonna drop the Twitter link for our amazing artist for our character arts
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
in your
Yes,
chat.
yes, yes.
Just because they did great work. These guys, as in the players, were butt faces and surprised me, and I didn't know what to say or do. but the artist is incredible.
Yeah, please do that.
Mm-hmm.
Please show them love because they are
There is
great.
potentially more art incoming. Soon,
Potentially.
so,
Potentially.
I mean, there definitely
There is.
There's definitely one,
is.
a potential
There's-
second eventually.
Right,
There's-
there might be potential more than just what I have cooking.
I mean,
Yes.
I'm more or less just waiting on knowing what I need to be paying regularly, and then I'll have an idea.
I'm
Yeah,
all
yeah.
on the topic of Twitter link. Organized Chaos have a Twitter. Yes, meow, it's exciting. So if you want to check out the Organized Chaos Twitter, you can go there. There will be in-character tweets from some of your favorite characters and NPCs. There might be a few tonight. We'll see. We're currently working on getting clips uploaded there.
Yeah, that was a process.
Yeah.
It's
Sorry
an
if
ongoing
you followed
process.
and we bombarded you with 42 tweets, but we were trying to get them all churned out before the followers came in.
Yeah, and there's still more, but we'll try and like chill a bit. We've tried to do it in the early hours of the morning, where
It's like 1:30 for me.
we're like preventing doom scrolling by making your timeline better. That's the excuse we're going with
Yup.
anyway. So yeah, those are things that we've done in the past 2 weeks or something. I don't fucking know. 2 weeks?
Yeah.
My brain is dying.
That'll happen.
I can
Yeah,
spell.
yeah. You can.
Fucking Jesus, not 374.
No, just 34.
Yeah, I have number
Just
dyslexia.
34. I
Don't
know.
think she-
But I feel like there's a big discrepancy between 374 and 34.
I mean, maybe one day we'll get there.
We can
I doubt it, but maybe one day.
We
God,
can hope.
I don't think I could run through 74 episodes.
You never know. We could be here a fucking while.
Sure. But
We're
yeah,
gonna get to our 100th episode, and she's gonna go, man, I don't think I could do 150.
gonna get to our 100th episode, and I'll be like, shit. We're like, well,
Well, shit.
this has been my life for however many. You okay, Persephone? Please don't eat that water. You threw up yesterday. You ate sellotape today. Please don't do it again.
What's wrong with that cat?
I don't know. She was like, haha, I threw up last night. Let's eat sticky tape. I love you. Yes.
It's like Darwinism.
I love you.
I think that's exactly what Darwinism is.
I mean, it's walking Darwinism right now.
Anyway, now that we've got, is there any other pressing announcements?
I don't think so, other than the fact that 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, we'll be playing next week as well.
Oh, don't sound so broken up about it.
No, it's just I'm going to be more on form next week than I am this week. I got my second COVID shot and I feel like shit. Like,
We'll get there.
oh boy, you think I have energy? This is all an act. I feel like that.
I don't
So-
believe that.
Bear with me.
I hate that.
Especially if I flop over statements and words and sentences and stuff. But yes. Okay. I think
Oh, that was my tit in my microphone.
that's everything. I'm making sure my mental list of things I had to go over is gone over.
I think we're good.
I think so. Okay.
I think we're good.
Alright, well.
I feel like we're delaying the inevitable at this point.
There you go.
Hey! He's ready. What about Miryu?
Hold on, okay? I have a lot of NPCs, okay?
I keep running over my blanket.
There you go. Fuck yeah.
Thank you. The whole group is ready now. I would ask if Lady's ready, but I don't think he.
What do you mean the whole group is ready?
Papers! Like I said, I would ask if Lady was ready, but probably not.
There you go. You're happy now. I got a message from the person that's downstairs. Give me a second.
You're fine.
Okay. Hold the boat. I'm really sorry. You guys go for recap. I will be overhearing, but I'm gonna be away. So give me a second.
Okay.
Which side of me are you on? No, wait, go!
Okay, so last episode 33, A Distant Shore. We started off in the tent just outside of the crypt, and it had been just after we had all woken up, had our refreshments from Kess, and had each spent a little bit extra time on one more item from the crypt, when Evangeline of the Elders of Muncade showed up in a blinding light, and said that she needed to take Kess, no questions asked. It was very important that he goes. So he walked over to Rattan, handed her the bag of holding and the diamond, and walked over to Evangeline, and they disappeared. The group then had a little discussion on the items that each one of them had tried to focus on for the last hour, and also some combat information, since Destiny hadn't been with anybody in the group for combat, and Perrin was there and he hadn't battled with any of the either Destiny or Miri. When speaking with about combat stuff, Miri did mention to Perrin that he still hadn't given Rax back the quarterstaff, to which he did when she mentioned it. And then the group started to head on their way to the journey to the Cursed Bluffs, which was going to take about 2 weeks, correct? If I remember right? Yeah, about 2 weeks. So about a week in, the group had another good resting time to talk, and at that time Rattan had asked both Destiny and Miriu if they had heard anything about what had been going on since we had been in the crypt for that weird time warp that happened. And they said that they hadn't heard anything, once again, that it was oddly quiet, and that they weren't exactly sure what's going on. The group then continued for a little bit longer, and then a couple days later found these small peaks that looked a lot more beautiful than the desert had. Destiny let us know that even though the peaks did look far away, there's some weird distance magic kind of thing that she's not exactly sure how it works, but they were a lot closer than we would expect. And then once again, the group had another time to talk a little bit, to which Miri decided to have a little bit of the girl talk that she'd been wanting to have with Rattan. And after discussing some things about Rattan's youth, while Miri went to braid Rattan's hair, and then in turn Rattan went to do Miri's, which she didn't do as good of a job as Miri did.
You speak as if Rattan's old.
Okay, not her youth, but I mean her when she was younger. I think, if I remember right, she mentioned that she was 13 or 14 at one of these points that they were talking about. And then after they discussed something, sensitive about Rattan's past there, Miriam happened to mention that she doubted that Rax or Perrin were actually asleep, and found out that neither of them were. And then Rax went to fix Miri's braided hair, and she passed out. And eventually, the tent itself went quiet, and everyone went to bed. The group then, a couple days later, got to the edge of one of the bluffs and just saw a beautiful sight, and decided to wait there as the sun was coming up to get a good view of the bluffs that they had now finally reached. Then, while heading down to the bluffs, the group found a set of creatures that they had been they were going for the bluffs in the first place, the fish people. They found a broken down wall to hide behind, discussed a little strategy, and Rex decided this was another good time to try out one of his little vials. Had peepers fly up as high as she could go, drop it down on one of the creatures, and it hit it. There was a loud, like electric sound that hit the creature, and then lightning streaked off and hit 2 more, killing all 3. Which then obviously set off the other one that was in the water and the bigger one that was chilling on a rock. At the sound of the bottle exploding, that was the cue for frontline people to start going. Miryu heading one side around the wall, Perrin around the other, and Rattan starting to fly over it. As combat started to ensue, Perrin happened to get hit a couple times from one of these fish creatures and retaliated, taking him out in 3 hits, and then started to head back to Rex and attempted to swing at him and miss. Miryu, seeing this, told the group, figure out what's going on there, I'll take care of this up here. And then what was it? Rax went to turn invisible and walk away, and even though he was invisible, Perrin did get a good hit on him, to which he then got blasted back with some fire. Rattan went to help Rax and subdue Perrin, and at one point she realized, as Destiny had mentioned, she couldn't help out because she couldn't, unless she was told to, she could not harm Perrin because of her shackles. Well, because of her, like, promise or whatever to the Elder. Because, yeah. Because of her job she's currently on with
Reasons.
the group.
You can assume for whatever reasons you like.
Sounds good. Let's see. At one point, Perrin went into Giant Might and tried to swipe at Rattan, though and missed then too. Miryu eventually came over to try to help take him down as fast as they can so they could finish off the monsters. And during so, Rattan got a grievous wound hit into Perrin's left shoulder, which if he hadn't been Giant Might, he would have lost the arm. The arm did go limp, and at that time, actually, so did Perrin. The Rattan and Miryu finished off the rest of the enemies while Rax stabilized Perrin. And then once Perrin hit normal size again, I believe, if I'm right, Rax kicked the axe away, a little bit away. And then once the combat with the fish people was done, and Miryu and Rattan were able to come over, Rax asked Rattan to pop Perrin back up so that they could talk, while Rax was sitting on his chest, holding his armor. And as Perrin woke up, and Rax warned him that he was going to electrocute him if he tried to do anything, Perrin tried to Giant Might and got electrocuted. Rax stabilized him again, and then once he shrunk back down to normal size, Rax asked Rattan to bring him back again, and Rax warned him, "You've seen what I can do. You try anything again, I'm going to do it again." Perrin tried to punch him, and got electrocuted again. And at that point, after stabilizing him once again, they decided to tie up Perrin with some rope, which Miryu did. And then had a discussion on what they should try to do with Perrin, because they're not entirely sure what's going on right now. And also, I remember Rax threw his shield in a direction too, and then picked up I think he kicked the shield away too. So the shield and axe were in 2 separate directions, and then he picked up the axe and hucked it in the water.
Rax kicked the shield away a little bit, either like placed it near the wall or something along the lines of that in the combat area, and then he just yeeted the axe.
And then after some discussion of Destiny saying, what if he can't see you? What if, we have to try something because of what whatever's binding her to us, I can't die with whatever's happening because she would get in trouble. And the group was kind of left with what the hell do we do with whatever's going on with Perrin?
Basically. Sit your ass down ×3. Now what the fuck? Yeah, So yeah, last session, hoo boy. You started off with Evangeline popping in to take Kaz back with her, telling you all that there was no time for questions and that Sir Gemhorn was going to teleport him back to his homeland. It was kind of a whirlwind experience where Kez apologized for leaving you all, but said that he knew he had to do this. He left the bag of holding and the diamond with Rattan, and Destiny had to teach Rattan how to use the bag of holding, and Rex, after his experience under the Phantom Crypt, seemed not to be okay with it. Maybe there's a little bit of fear there. We don't know. Rattan had some questions for Destiny and Miru, asking what happened during the time that you had lost, and neither of them really had much that they could provide in terms of information that would sort of lighten the load that you're feeling just now. Miru did offer to use some of her limited clairvoyance to help peek into places she'd been, like Dragonthane or some of the pubs in Cleom. But she didn't really think that any of it would be relevant to what you were asking. And so you ended up not doing that. The one thing that she did learn and pass on to you is that apparently the Ancient Old One's name is Viozu. Destiny, on the other hand, didn't have information about what was happening elsewhere, but she did talk about the week that she shared with a rather fragile Leia dear. She also clarified that she and Kess weren't romantically involved, and that she'd rather have Rattan with her mask on, scary uncomfortable, than unmasked uncomfortable, and slipped in a compliment about how Rattan would get lots of customers if she ever wanted to join the team in Ignorance is Bliss. You continue to discuss things like battle strategy and, you know, positioning and the various magic items that you had acquired. Mirio basically forced Perrin to give Rex back his quarterstaff now that he had shiny UX. But the conversations didn't end there. You continued to discuss all sort of things on your trip through the dunes heading north. Rattan and Mirio shared what should have been a sweet bonding moment, where Rattan opened up and showed a more vulnerable side, all while having her hair braided. Afterwards, while making an attempt to braid Mirio's hair, the term bridal style caused Rex to erupt into laughter, ruining the moment completely. Rattan wasn't too happy about the fact that the boys had just completely ruined any privacy and trust in that moment. But eventually you all settled down for the night. And finally, after all this traveling, you made it to the Curse Bluffs, and Rex insisted that you all take a moment and watch the sunrise together. Destiny kept watch, Rex and Mirio cuddled in close, Rattan took a moment for privacy, and Perrin remained silent, letting the peace of this moment put a pause on your otherwise hectic lives. The chaos of your lives wasn't too far off, however, as once you made your way down to the shores of the Curse Bluff, which were much closer than you anticipated, even after you were warned, you discovered some rather terrifying humanoid-like creatures who seemed to be on alert. Rex and Peepers made the first move, which, you know, after Peepers released a vial of purple liquid, which then literally sparked things off, the combat took an interesting turn. Not long after combat started, Perrin started behaving oddly. After cleaving his way through the enemy that was before him, he turned and attempted to strike a blow against Rex. Mirio, being caught up in the heat of battle at that particular point, yelled out and asked for someone to assist Rex, and so Rattan heeded that request. A fight on two fronts, with Destiny and Mirio dealing with these fish people, and Rex and Rattan continued to fend off Perrin. The fighting turned ugly as Rattan used all of her might and almost severed Perrin's left arm, knocking him unconscious in the process. After the main combat was over, Rex and Rattan, as a duo, kept bringing Perrin back to consciousness, asking questions, and then very quickly snuffing him out again. And when things didn't really go their way, they started getting impatient. It was 3-ish times that they brought him back before being completely, totally, and utterly fed up with his bullshit, and Rex ended up tossing Perrin's axe into the ocean nearby, before they allowed Mirio to tie him up, which she did with such great pleasure. Kicking him over onto his stomach, tying his ankles together, then dislocating his already damaged shoulder in order to tie his wrists together. She then looped another rope between them and made sure she had enough to pull on if she had to. Placing her foot between his shoulder blades, holding him down, there was definitely a wickedness to her that she had never shown before. Discussing what to do from there, Destiny suggested using one of her arcana that wouldn't limit her resources to make sure that Perrin couldn't see when he was brought back this time, suggesting that maybe you should all remain quiet and see how he reacts to the situation. If he would panic, if not, who knows? And that is where we ended last session. To paint the full picture of what's going on right now, Perrin is face down and unconscious in the sand, tied up and held in place by Mirio, as stated a moment ago. Rattan is standing the side, glaive in hand. Rax had just come back over from tossing the axe into the ocean, and Destiny is looking a little flustered a short distance away. What would you like to do?
Well, this is fucked.
Huh. That's one way of putting it. Alright, I stand by what I said before. We need to find somewhere defensible, and then we can deal with this, because we don't know if there are any more of those things out here, and I really don't want to be dealing with that and that at the same time again.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Zelda. Who or somebody said that there were 2 more that got away, right?
No one mentioned it, but Rattan saw them.
Okay.
So Rax doesn't know.
Rex does not know.
I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me, though. There were a couple that fucked off. I don't know if they're going to be getting reinforcements or what. So again, defensible location might be a good idea.
I'm happy to drag his ass limp anywhere through this sand.
Oh, Rex looks at the wall we were hiding behind when we first got here. I don't think that's defensible enough, so I guess we gotta...
I think it's too close to the battle site.
That's what I'm thinking.
If you want, I can see if I can find something.
We could just go back to where we were camping, I guess. I have the tent, you know, and it's got, like, protective arcana on it. I really don't want him bleeding all over my tent, though. So, like, maybe you leave him outside?
I like that idea.
Can he hear us
Don't-
if we're inside?
Through natural means, yes.
Okay.
I mean, he's unconscious, so he's probably not going to be aware of what you're saying.
Well, if he wakes up in a short amount of time and we're talking about him, I don't want him to be like, what are they talking about?
Perrin, roll me a GM D4, please.
Oh, you mean the eavesdropping that he's been prone to do? That thing?
That thing.
Alright, I'm just gonna say it to get it out of my system. Told him not to touch it.
It's a fair point.
If that's the thing that caused all of this, if it's all because of that fucking axe.
If it is because of that, as you so eloquently put it, fucking axe, you might want to fetch it.
I don't want to touch it.
Well, I mean, so, in theory, say that it is because of it, and you want to get it not because of it, you'd need the actual weapon to help reverse. Well, okay, so I don't entirely know how this works, because I don't actually have the arcane means to do it, but, usually, like, you can end it on a person, but ending it on the weapon or the item is ideal too.
Can
Okay,
you
I'm
end
just
something
gonna
like
go
that
get-
on an item?
I'm gonna go get the axe. That went over my head.
Rax throws you the cloak because he doesn't know where it ended up other than just in the water. He's like, oh, and if we do end up going underwater, you'd probably need that more than me because I can just boop away.
She's like holding up and looking at it.
Do you want me to make
Okay.
it so that you can breathe underwater, or are you quite happy with the...
I mean, we'd probably still need to breathe underwater. That thing, I mean, it does both, but
This does both?
yeah, from my understanding, you can breathe and swim faster. So
Oh, lovely.
yeah.
Oh, it didn't look like you threw it too far, so hopefully I'm not gonna need this to go and get it.
Hopefully.
And I'm gonna go.
In a general direction, because he said any random place in the water.
Well, I saw which
I threw
way
it off
you
this
threw
way.
it.
You threw it in a general direction. You have no idea where it landed because Rattan
Yeah, so
wasn't
I'm gonna-
watching.
Oh.
But
Rax
yes, you're
points
going
in
in a
that
general.
direction. He's like, over there somewhere.
Over there, it's-
Okay, so
She just like throws the cloak over her shoulder. Wings are still out, glaive in one hand, and just starts stomping through the sand in that direction.
okay, hold on.
Yay, fun times.
Yeah.
Ooh, my puppy got her staples out on Thursday.
Well, that's good. So she doesn't have to wear the onesie anymore, right?
Yeah, no onesie, no cone. The only thing she's not allowed to do right now is she's not allowed to be like outside in the backyard being able to run full force yet.
Ah.
But now she can jump up on her bed, on our bed, which she's happy about because that's where she loves to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna make it easier for my work days because I've had to work with her in her kennel, which is in the same room. And I'd have to give her pain meds and pet Xanax to knock her out.
Yeah.
So that she would chill out and just be fine hanging out in her kennel for 7 hours.
Mm-hmm.
But next Thursday, once it's been a week since getting the staples out, we're allowed to let her go outside and run, and she's gonna go nuts.
Oh, 100%.
I need everyone to click their token and roll initiative.
Oh boy.
Perrin, I'm going to assume that no one's going to wake you up for this. Am I correct in this assumption?
You asking me?
Rattan.
Yeah.
I'm asking Rattan and Rex, because Destiny and Mirio can't.
I'm probably not gonna have a fucking opportunity, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Rax has
So-
used the means that he has for that type of thing.
So, unless any other reason needs to include you in the turn order, I'm going to say no for now. I don't think this is going to take particularly long.
Oh, I fucking hope not.
But for now, please no. It's on. And then. Alright. Do we have. Are you including peepers in this?
I mean, she's not going to move from that spot. She's still just keeping
Okay,
an eye
so-
out.
Cool.
So we can just say that she's right after Rax.
My cat is screaming outside my door. Hold on.
Oh boy.
Give me a second.
Just bloody murder.
Hello. Meow. Okay, you can come in. I'm not really supposed to have the door open just now, though. But if you're good, oh, you have a scrunchie. Okay, fetch. She plays fetch. Okay, so, Rattan, you're gonna see it first. But because it spotted you, just one of the small guys who is just sort of like just below the surface. And then like sort of catches like the shadow come over, looks up and spots you, and is going to launch a spear at you.
Oh, lovely.
So yeah.
I went to look for the axe, I'm sorry.
Wow. Okay, so we're starting out strong. With a grand total of 11 to hit.
Oh.
I rolled a 1 and an 8.
Oh!
So yeah, you just but that is their turn. Miri has no idea what's going on. Destiny was not paying attention to you. Rattan?
Yeah, I'm gonna fly down and I'm just gonna. Yeah.
So you're about, I would say this rock sticks up about 10-ish feet out of the water, and you're probably
Okay.
like just above it, just so you know how high up you are.
Okay, so I'm about 10 feet from him.
I would say like 12-ish, yeah.
Okay, well I got 20 feet of movement.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move down so that I'm in range to
Yeah.
hit his fucking face.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, you're probably gonna hit him because their AC
16?
is. Yeah. Their
Okay,
AC is
cool.
deck, so.
And you know what? Just to make sure, I'm gonna dump an Alefira charge into it.
Okay,
'Cause I
be
don't
aware you're
remember how-
stabbing into water.
Yeah,
Okay.
magic weapon.
Yeah. Fire.
Yeah.
Okay. Just.
Did dick all for damage.
Yeah, and some of it gets.
Negated, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's bloodied. The
Well, I'm gonna
stab
hit him
seems
again.
to have done more than the fire did. You get a big,
I'm
you
sure.
get like this really impressive like puff of smoke as the flames are dumped into water. But like,
Yeah.
yeah, you're good.
Okay, not on this one. Just gonna.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Just like double stab and just like bubbles and floatiness. I didn't think it was gonna take long, but just in case you missed, I had to do it.
Just in case.
Just in case you missed. Okay, cool. That guy is fucking gone. You don't see anyone else. There is no one else currently above the surface. So, turn order is done. His body is just like floating there, bleeding in the water.
I'm sure Rax just heard the commotion. He's like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, like, you hear the commotion and the ocean waves, and you're like, huh. And then you see, like, this big puff of steam come up from behind the rock.
I don't think you can evaporate the whole thing. It's a lot.
She flaps up just enough to turn around and look at him, and she's doing like the hover in the air. Found another one.
Oh. Well. I mean, I guess it's good that you're checking for the X.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull you back down.
Oh man. So last night my wife and I started playing not a new game, like a new game for us to play together, but not a new like I've played it before. Because we've like, you know, Destiny's new season starts in not this week but next week, so we're gonna hop into that again, and we started playing Grounded. Now they've done a whole bunch of updates.
Cool.
And I've never played it with anybody else before. I've only played it solo. But it's fun. When was the last time you played that game? Has it been a while?
Yeah, it's been a bit. I can't remember the last time.
Have you been in it since they've added water and flying creatures?
Last time I played it, you'd pretty much be dead trying to swim because there was nothing in there.
Yeah, no, now there is.
Oh,
There's tadpoles, which actually don't do anything. They just swim around.
Mm-hmm.
You can kill them for meat. They're actually, I can take them out with like 2 hits of my spear. They're
Nice.
really super easy. They have, what are they called? There are these little water beetles. I don't know, water boatmans or something like that. That are also passive.
So our town flaps her way back over.
And she doesn't like. She just kind of like does like the walking land where she just kind of like walks to a stop. Well, I'm pretty sure that the one that attacked me saw the axe and was gonna dive for it. But it's really fucking down there.
Rax points at the cloak.
Yeah, does it work instantly? Because I wasn't really keen on throwing it on a wing and a prayer and hoping that I wasn't gonna drown.
Rax points at your wings and goes, "Ha!" And then he grabs the cloak and heads that way.
Alright, fine. You take a gander.
Alright. Hello.
Hi.
So you go. I'm gonna drag your token.
Okay.
You get to about here, and when you step into the water, it's deceptively deep. You take your first step in, and you take another one, and before you know it, you are waist deep in seawater. You can see the bottom, but because of the way that this area works,
Mm-hmm.
it's deceptively deep.
Okay. Well, he puts the cloak on and flips the hood up
Mm-hmm.
and, like, moves his way in and dives down.
Okay. So where exactly? You can move your token now. Where exactly are you going?
I mean, he knows that he threw it in this direction, so he's heading that way. And...
Okay. So roll me. If you're diving down, you can roll me an investigation check.
that works for me. To GM or public?
Yeah, roll it, GM.
Okay.
Just for shits and giggles.
Okay. My fucking god.
You cannot see this axe. You're like, you got your eyes open and you're like, salt water! It burns! Because you're opening your eyes in salt water! But I mean, your swimming is great. You're like a crocodile. Yeah, you can't see it. You can't find it. At least at this edge.
I mean, he's just gonna... If he can't see it, he heads over this way.
Okay. Roll me an investigation or perception with disadvantage. Okay. So you're using mostly the rock to guide you at this point just because of your eyes burning from the salt water. And you're sort of helping yourself down as well by pulling, like forcing yourself by pulling on the rock. And then you feel what you think is a handle or some kind of hilt of a weapon.
Grabs it and shoots up.
Okay, so you grab it and shoot up. You are holding on to Paranzak. You don't feel any different. It's still giving off the faint glowing red from the veins and the gems in it.
Rax, before breaching the water, he's gonna sort of hide it in his backpack.
Okay, roll me... I'm gonna get you to roll me a sleight of hand to GM just to see, and I'm gonna give them a perception check.
Okay.
Just to
My
see
fucking
if...
god.
Okay, hey, they may still fail. But yeah, so you think you've done a great job hiding it in your backpack in salt water while you're kind of blinded, also inside a cloak. So you're kind of like fighting with the cloak in the water, and because you're like near the surface and the waves here are stronger, you're like all tangled up for a minute, and then you get it and you like hit shit on something and you're like, ah, fuck it, that'll do. And then you come up to the surface.
I really, really want to, like, convince Perrin with a natural 20, like, deception. Like, no, I didn't find it. I can see it hanging from your backpack. Yeah, I still didn't find it. What the fuck do you want from me?
He's on your ass. He's on his ass, so yeah. Anything else you'd like to do before I pull you back in?
I mean, once he actually breaches the water, he's... Well, no. He just tried to hide it. So, yeah, we're going.
Okay. Alrighty. I'll be back for you. Alright, so, Rex, you shoot up out of the water. I would say if you had hair, you'd do the majestic hair flip, but you don't.
Can he flip his little dragon spines?
I mean, he has the hood of a cloak over his head, so no.
He could majestically flip the hood back.
If he wants to while he's coming out of the water, he's more than welcome to. You can move your token.
No, he, like, breaches up, splashes down, and he, like a crocodile, uses his tail to, like, back to where the edge of the water is over here.
Okay. I need to ask whether can you roll a perception check, please?
See if I see the
Just,
makeshift crocodile.
just roll me a perception check.
The crocodile RP, got it. That's an 11. That's lower than my passive.
Okay, so there's no fucking way. No. No. Okay, so no one failed the check. I would have been very surprised if it did, but I rolled a 4 and a 7 for the NPCs, whose sheets I just closed because I'm a fucking moron. Yeah, you see. In fact, you know what? Hold on. Sorry, Perrin.
Oh no.
You see that Rax is obviously attempted to hide the axe in what he thinks is his backpack, but it's more like he kind of just tucked it in. Like, you know, like he put the stick through the underside of his backpack and thinks that the cloak being flapped over it is hiding it, but it's very obviously an axe-shaped bump on his back underneath his backpack.
Uh-huh.
And he thinks he's got it just so fucking well hidden.
Okay.
And he marches towards you.
Okay.
Miryu is giggling.
Rattan just takes her hand over her mask and just goes,
Rax is like, as he's walking up, he's like rubbing his eyes.
yeah, saltwater's a bitch.
Yeah, I couldn't see shit originally. Or the
Part
whole
of the
time,
reason
actually.
why I hate being underwater.
I thought the hood would help, but nope.
It only helps you, what, breathing and swimming?
Yeah.
That's what you discovered, right? This is Miryu talking.
Mm-hmm.
Good to know that now we know that it doesn't help you see.
Yeah.
So we would have to figure something out with that. And Rattan's gonna reach onto like her belt or like into her pack, and she's gonna hand Rax her water skin. Just in your eyes and blink a lot.
Rax is like, his eyes are like blinking. They are beet red, most likely. And he's like, I can't see fuck all. What are you talking about? And he just like holds his hands out.
She puts it in his hands. You know what? No, this is gonna be easier. Just tip your head back and blink rapidly, okay? She's gonna uncork it with her teeth and just start pouring the water in his eyes.
That would have sounded so much worse if I said it, and Miryu was just losing her shit.
He doesn't know what you're doing originally, so he's like, oh, all right.
Just blink.
She's gonna waterboard you, flee! No, I'm kidding.
Rax flips the hood up.
Gets your one eye, gets the other eye. Corks what's left, throws it back in her pack. Better?
I think so.
Yeah. They're probably gonna be itchy for like...
Ever?
Yeah. No, not forever. Just maybe like a day.
Gross.
Or until you sleep.
He's still like kind of doing that blinking thing, like, it's better, but like, eh.
Well, I'm not gonna ask.
What?
So let's move the precious cargo, shall we?
My pleasure. And she starts like, she literally just yanks on the rope and just walks and pulls him behind her. And she walks back the way you came.
Rax is gonna walk next to Perrin, like, and kind of like keep an eye to see if he's breathing every couple of seconds, like puts his hand in front of his face just to make sure.
Yeah.
As Miryu starts dragging him off, Rattan just goes, that was vindictive.
I used to be a
Well,
bounty hunter, you know that, right? This
Yes,
right
Miryu,
here,
I'm not criticizing. I'm not criticizing.
this is nothing.
I'm
If
not-
anything, this is just fun.
It was just a passing comment, Miryu.
Just making sure you know.
Yes, I may be a little slow to catch on to things, but I don't have a shitty memory. Goldfish.
That's not. Never mind. And Destiny's kind of just watching you all going.
You okay?
Physically, yes.
Overall.
Overall, I'm worried for my, completion rate. Wither.
I tried so fucking hard. It's funny because prostitutes.
They're not prostitutes, though.
I know, but it's funny. Okay. God damn it, Some. I was good until Some laughed. It's like
Okay.
when you're trying not to laugh and your sibling starts laughing.
Mm-hmm.
Take a moment.
Okay.
Breathe.
Good. My eyes are watering, but I'm good. This is probably not gonna make you feel any better right now.
Oh, joy.
I promise that I won't do anything to deliberately get you in trouble.
Let me. His arm's kind of hanging off.
Yeah, I can fix that.
Well, I mean, usually it takes a higher level of arcana to reattach someone's limb.
I mean, it's not all the way off.
It's a significant amount. I mean, like, you can't just, like...
No, it's a significant amount. Yeah, it is.
Like, I mean, we could probably, and she flicks a gaze to Mirio as she's walking ahead of you both. You could probably, like, burn it? And, I mean... Maybe...
I was just gonna try to mend it back together as best I could.
I mean, like, usually if it's, like, a really bad bleeding wound, you have to, like, seal it with burning stuff. I mean, we were very, not medical experts in the field, so we did what we could. And when you have someone who literally
Right, been
is
there.
fire, you can, like, sear it closed. But I've never done it with an almost severed arm before. I'm not
Well, I've
entirely
healed some
sure.
pretty terrible injuries, so we can try and go from there.
Have you relocated an almost severed arm before?
I've relocated my own arm.
Was it almost severed?
No.
Ugh. I'm not sure how I
That's
feel
why I'm
about
thinking
that.
I deal with the almost severing first and then the...
Is that before or after you continue to torture him?
See, this is why I asked if you were okay.
I have to ask these questions as your current guardian, who's doing a very, very bad job.
No, you're not.
Did you make him
And you
attack
can-
me?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I
Then it's
didn't
not your
cast any of my arcane abilities that would spiral
Did you
out of
hit
control.
Rex?
Maybe? No, I didn't. I definitely didn't. I didn't hit you, right?
Not to my knowledge.
Good. Good.
So, in my opinion, you're not doing a bad job.
Everything kind of just happened really fast, and I'm
Yeah,
not
no,
entirely
I
sure
know,
what
I
happened.
was- Yeah.
That's part of the reason for the, I guess, torture. Oh, we were, yeah,
Can
that's
we
definitely.
not call it torture? That's not really a thing that I'm into. Interrogation
Yes.
might be.
Essentially put him in an electric chair and asked him to talk.
It
Yeah.
wasn't a
Going
chair.
forward, we're gonna try a little bit of a different approach.
And you just hear Mira going, "Ah."
What? A little flame coaxes the steel, but you know, sometimes honey, not vinegar.
Vinegar's fun. Sorry. Excuse
No idea
my
that information.
previous life.
Look, we don't know each other that well, Destiny, but I kind of make a big deal about my promises. So I promise that I'm going to do everything that I can to make sure that you don't get in trouble for what we've done.
I'm already in trouble.
Any more trouble, then?
Alright. So when we get back to the camp, what's the plan?
We can try your approach. I don't know how not being able to see us will do anything, but maybe we can eliminate
Well,
problems.
sometimes a lot of manipulation of a person that isn't yourself requires them to be able to see or hear their target. But usually that's a very specific target and not just
Everything?
yeah. And the only person that I've ever seen go into a bloodthirsty rage that kind of mimics what he did is and she flicks a look at Mary.
Interesting.
But that was a completely different situation, and I believe that her time at home helped that. So,
Well, that's a good thing.
yeah. Uh-huh.
So let's try your approach. And then, I don't know, I guess we'll give it a little bit. And then I'll try to wake him up and be a little bit more civilized in my questioning.
I mean, from my understanding, the way that my spell works, so I think he wakes up on his own, right? And he kind of like turns his head towards, well, if they're walking away, Peepers would have flown down and probably landed on his shoulder. He's gonna kind of look up at her with like, is that how it works? Yeah, like a few hours, good night's rest, and somewhere
A few
around
hours.
there. Yeah.
I'd kind of rather get this dealt with in...
Well, when you
Quick
woke him up
time
next to
frame?
him, I mean,
Well, that's what I'm saying. We maybe try the whole...
It's gonna take us like an hour, a little bit more than an hour to get back to where we were. So if he hasn't woken
Let's
up
see if
by
he wakes
then,
up by then. And if not, what would he just can't hear me? So I just won't move.
well, yes. Just don't move or say anything, or I would suggest holding your breath. Or, you know, if you could, like... Well, I mean, you're probably not going to be in tune with that arcana either. Never mind. There's, like, this thing that can make it so that nothing can hear or speak or make a sound within a...
I hate that spell.
So you've encountered it then?
Receiving end.
Yeah, not fun. But to be fair, the person who casts it's also casting it if they're inside the...
Yeah, it was...
So...
Yeah. It was an interesting situation. Neither here nor there.
Uh-huh. Well...
But let's see what happens, I guess.
And like I said, for me to do it, it's not going to cost me anything, really. It just kind of
I
happens.
get my healing back after I get a good night's sleep, so...
Alright, well...
Still have the majority of it.
I feel like perhaps we should all... be...
Sleep soon anyway.
Well, I mean, it's like halfway through since we... What I'm trying to say is I think that maybe those of us who don't need to be in close proximity to him should be out with the radius of my spell. Which is a 15-foot sort of area. that I can center on him. So everyone who doesn't need to be in there shouldn't be in there. And no one's gonna be able to see in there, so 10, be careful. Or well, no one that's naturally able to see in the dark will be able to see in there.
I mean, I can see in the dark. I don't know if that's...
No, that won't help you.
So, out of character, I don't know if Rex knows that he can see through that kind of stuff yet.
For out of character reference, she's talking about the darkness spell. She gets it once as a tiefling.
I gathered that in terms of like what she was going to be casting, but I don't think Rax knows if he can see through like that stuff. So he's like, "Oh, if you can't."
He's never been in that situation before, so.
Wait, no. Yes, would he have seen through like the darkness and stuff during the battle, Cass's battle?
The battle is.
Yeah,
I think so. I think we mentioned that you could see.
Yeah. So then he probably would have been. At some point, I'm assuming he would have asked like Perrin during that fight, like, "Why is everybody acting weird?"
Well, like, you can't assume it's all past ages ago, so.
Well, I wasn't
Never
about to
asked.
stop combat during, so I think that's
You
a
never
fair
asked.
assumption to make.
Regardless. You,
I
unless.
do
He
have
doesn't
several
officially
ways of producing my own light. I don't know if it'll combat, but if I have to, I can.
Does that defeat the point?
If I need light,
I think what she's saying
probably
is
good reason.
what I was referring to in that if she needs help. I can also just, so you can, like, yell in pain if something happens, because I'm assuming if you need it, you'll be in pain. And I can stop it. I can't stop the pain, I can stop the darkness. I'm really doing a bad job at explaining this, I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm pretty sure if I'm in pain, I can stop the pain too, but not in a way that's not gonna get you in trouble.
True. And on that note, if I had to, stop him, I can, through arcane means, if you give me permission to do so.
How about this?
And I mean by not hurting him.
Right. I think that's fair. What do you think? Jits and Rax.
I mean, just so he doesn't attack anybody. Do what we gotta do at this point, because I just want fucking answers.
Exactly. So, I give you permission, Destiny, to use your best judgment if you think Perrin is a threat to the rest of us, to subdue him by whatever means you deem necessary. Is that succinct enough?
And she kind of looks at her wrists. I believe so. And, for the record, it's not that I wanted to see you all get hurt, as I physically couldn't.
I assumed as much.
Well, anyway.
Okay.
And you take the rest of what's close to like an hour and a half to get back to where you were camping. And again, it's that really weird thing of like you go up the lip of the embankment that leads up to the dune that you were sitting on for the sunrise, and you look behind you, and immediately there's just this massive distance drop between you and the shore that you were on.
Fuck.
And it's maybe like not even like 10 or 11 steps up before you look back, and it's just below
This
you.
is so weird.
Yeah, it's great.
Why is everywhere we go weird?
Yeah, the northern half of the continent.
I wanna go home.
Careful what you wish for. But yeah, so you get up, you spend the hour and a half to get to where you had previously camped. You reckon you're enough away from the dangers that you've just faced, other than Perrin. And Destiny pulls out the napkin, unfolds it, and pops up the tent. Miriam is taking a lot of pride, making sure she makes sure Perrin hits every rock and surface on the way up the side of here.
I
It
feel
doesn't
kind of bad about this.
it doesn't affect his risk. She knows, you can tell she's done something like this before. She knows she's not doing enough to kill him. But she's taking a lot of pride in doing this. There's definitely a darker streak in what she's doing. And she just kind of like drops, not so much drops him, but lets his body fall limp and then kicks it forward towards the tent after the tent has popped up. She keeps a hold of the rope that she was using to pull him. And she just kind of stands next to it like she's just been slugging around a sack of veggies.
Okay. I don't really like anything that's been going on lately, either. Not a fan of what happened on the beach, either. This just kind of seems a little cruel.
She kind of just gives you, like, she's almost not unimpressed, but she's not surprised by what you say. I never asked you to be okay with it. But it could have been a lot worse.
Get that you're pissed.
Oh, pissed. Pissed is an understatement.
Really took his damn arm off, Myria. Don't you think it's
Enough?
dislocated
No.
it?
I'm not going to stand by and watch people I care about die again. And you can call yourself a protector all you like. Being a protector is one thing. Actually doing it is another. I
Hey,
mean, we may not have the same moral compass, but you have no idea what I am talking about.
no, I don't, but you can't just blanket it onto every situation either.
She drops the rope and walks into the tent.
Relax. You want to go talk to her while I deal with the guy?
Yeah. Scream if there's an issue.
Yeah, you'll know.
Okay. Bye, Wither.
Bye.
So I'm assuming you're following her inside.
Yeah.
And so by the time you get in, she is throwing off her pack. Tossing, like literally like throwing it across the tent. She places her weapons down with a little bit more care. And she turns around hearing the tent open and there's a glare on her face you have never seen before she realizes it's you. And she softens.
He just,
And she takes a deep sigh.
as like the recognition comes over her face, he's already walking up to her, and as soon as he gets over to her, he just kind of brings her in and just holds her for a moment.
And she starts crying.
He's just gonna hold her for a little bit, just kind of more or less let her not get it out, but give her a minute to express herself.
Yeah.
And then he's just gonna kind of like bring his head down close to her ear and just quietly so that nobody else can hear, like, being extra careful on that, and he says, I know she has no idea what you've been through and everything you've told me. I know. And I know you've been trusting both of them while you were away to take care of me, I guess, but I agree with her. Maybe we're going a little bit overboard with him, but I completely, as much as I can, understand why you're pissed off at him.
It's so hard not to lose it.
I know.
I don't know how long I can... I don't want to show them. And I don't want them to know that I'm not that strong. Because so far, I feel like my strength has been what has been looked up to. I'm me. And me without losing it should be enough for this. But I couldn't be there. I couldn't help you. I had to get someone else to do it. And I would never have forgiven myself. It can't happen again. It can't happen again, and it can't happen to you. Of all people, it can't happen to you.
It won't. And in all the stuff that we're doing right now, I'm gonna get hurt. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, but
it's more a matter of what we do after. As soon as you were able to, you were right next to him putting his ass on the ground. Not in the ground, because he's still... Anyway. You were right next to him.
A little bit.
You were right there. As soon as you were able. Because, I mean... You've been trusting Rattan to both keep my ass in check and keep me alive for a while now, and that's all you did. You just trusted her to continue doing that, and she did. And that's... I mean, that's... I'm sure that's something you've had before, where you trusted the people around you to make sure everybody's okay. Obviously, I know it doesn't always go well, but you're here with us and you're going to make sure. And as soon as you're able, you're going to make sure, like you did already.
The last time I trusted them, I failed. And then I had Bliss, and everyone there is great. And I almost failed again. And I had both. I had a part of Bliss and I had all of you. And I chose to hold the front instead of running and helping what was important. And
holding the front is what was important as well. Perrin,
yeah, but
I'm not worried about Perrin, because as soon as I got away from him, he couldn't do shit. He didn't know where I went. And that's part of my abilities and such, and I'm trusting in them and what I'm given, and we'll work through it. I know it's frustrating, and seeing it happen makes you angry, and I know, especially because he's been an ally or seems to be an ally for a while, that's probably what's making it worse.
Well, that and you asked me to spy on him. Essentially, you asked me to dig up information, which means you didn't trust him. And then I come here and I learn even more that no one trusts him. And then this happens. I let my guard down, and that is my fault.
Well, realistically, you let your guard down because we've all had our guard down around him, for the most part. There's some specific information he's not been allowed to know, but in terms of things like that, he's, up until this point, he's never given us a reason to knock him out. And I don't even know if that's entirely his fault. It's part of why I'm trying to wake him the fuck up. And if we find out it was something to do with this stupid fucking axe, then I'm gonna pretty much, I think Rattan will agree, we're not using shit until we know what it does. And I'm gonna find a way to be able to know what it does.
That's usually why Crystal's here. Or we hand everything over, I used to hand everything over to the elders. What I will say is that, given that you think that it's his weapon, you're probably gonna want to speak to Elle about going back to Moncade.
Yeah, that's probably for the best right now. And he's visibly, like, disheartened at that. Like, he's like, fuck. Like, just, that's what's on his face.
Yeah, like, there's probably a little bit of, like, frustration from that, even admitting that on hers as well. I can try and pull a string when I'm there. I don't have many strings left, but I can try and pull one for you. And if you want to come back quickly, he can try and convince Evangeline.
Well, yeah, I want to go back quickly.
No, I mean once we're there.
Well, I'd want to go there and back quickly.
Yeah, that's why I said to speak to Elle. Evangeline is kind of our mother, adoptive. And her mother is, for all that she is scary and demands your respect, she also cares very deeply for her adopted daughter and has never left her without an emergency way out. Do not let them know I told you this. You have to ask carefully.
He just kind of nods his head. Well, the main reason I don't want to take the time to slowly is I was hoping before we go back to head home to the peaks, and I don't know, just we're out here already. I don't know. A thought.
I know. We'll see. I'll see if I can speak to someone about that too. The joys of having done many jobs for people is having many IOUs left in my
don't want you to call in all of your IOUs for my
It would be worth
desire
it.
to go home.
It would be worth it.
If you say so.
Oh, coming from the person who just came in here running after me to make sure I was okay. Of course I'm gonna do something for you. That's how this works, Rex.
I know.
Thank you.
That's how this works.
And she like
kisses her on the
shoves you.
forehead.
Yeah. She shoves you away. She lets you do it and then she shoves you away. Jerk.
There is a shit-eating grin on his face.
Wait, what? Sorry?
There's a shit-eating grin on his face.
Yeah, I mean like she's completely okay with it.
Hi.
Hello.
Since you're unconscious, you don't get.
Nope, I don't get to know nothing. Hour and a half of me sitting there on camera drinking whatever drinks I have with me. Which currently right now is a full thing of coffee, half my thing of water, and I started my sparkling ice I brought over. Yeah, partway through like your conversation with her, all of a sudden my wife sends me a text. She's like, "So we're gonna be on our way home soon, like sometime soon. Would you be able to preheat the oven so I can put the fries in when we get home? Preheat it around like 540?" And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, I'm not sure what's gonna be happening in game at 540. So I'm like, I'm gonna go ahead and start it preheating now.
Just to make sure.
That way, if we're like in the middle of RP and be like, "Oh crap, I have to go start my oven. Hold on." There goes the immersion. Oh man. Oh. Yeah, I'm trying to remember when you were talking about the whole darkness thing. I think you might have said during that you had asked Parrot if he could see anything,
Yeah, I'd have to go and watch, but
or you
It
might
would've
have
just-
you might have said it, or it might have been something that you typed to me afterwards. Like,
yeah.
I should have asked you.
Hmm. But either way, I'm like, yeah. I feel like he would have asked, but like I wasn't gonna stop the middle of combat for that.
Right.
And realistically, it's not going to change all that much. It just would have either resulted in Rax smirking at the fact that people who can't see in the dark by normal means.
You're like, I'm not one of them. Haha.
Exactly. Normal means.
All the normies.
Yeah, exactly. Freaking normies.
Oh, my wife and I went and saw Free Guy last night.
I saw that Friday.
It was so good.
Oh, I loved it. It was great. I just love how like there was a Halo tank going across all the time.
Yes, multiple times. First time I saw it, I was like, "Ah, hey."
Yeah, I smirked. I looked over at my friend Matt, who I played Halo and Halo Wars and all that stuff with, and he smirked, but I don't think any of the other 3 people we were with knew.
Like, oh, it's a tank.
Yeah, it's like, oh, they're just riding a tank, just like video games. It's like, no, specific video game tank.
I wonder how much they had to pay for those different streamers, though. Because, you know.
Honestly, they probably didn't pay him all that much, because like it looked like they just used their home setup anyway.
True.
Like they paid him for a short clip, or maybe like, oh yeah, no, definitely like a short clip of it, and then they could
the only
like
one that didn't look like it was like their normal setup, kind of, was like I think from like Ninja's part, because his had like a moving camera at one point.
He has a moving camera normally.
Does he?
Yeah, it just like cycles around his whole setup back and forth all day, because he's just.
I don't watch him, so.
I watched him for like 20 minutes, and I was like, wait, that's a different fucking angle. What? I think it just like slowly rotates around him and back on like a track above his monitors and stuff. Because he fucking can.
Yeah, right. Pop my AC on. It's getting warm in here because I turned on the oven.
Hey, buddy. Yes. It went down again at like 4, and I was like, son of a bitch. Because we were supposed to start at 5. So I was like, ugh. But it came up in time. Yeah.
Just about where your conversation reaches its end, you hear the approach of footsteps coming towards the tent, and a very flustered, like, Yeah, this is probably better that we're all together for this conversation. So in you go! I'll forgive the blood this time.
Try not
That's
to get it
Rax's
on
face, like, what?
You just hear Tango, yeah, I'll try not to get it on everything. And then she walks into the tent with Perrin, like, over one shoulder. Still tied up.
And a very uncomfortable looking Destiny behind them.
Perrin, are you awake?
Yeah, I'm awake.
Seems to be himself again.
Okay.
Rex?
Yep.
Rattan turns around.
Sorry about that.
He walks up to you, and, like, he gets, like, right here. If that ever happens again, I'm not stopping them. We clear?
One second.
Rattan's gonna walk him over to, like, a safe area of the tent. And carefully put him down. Not, like, trying not to jostle him more than she needs to.
Miri was sitting off in a corner next to a bag that looks like was thrown as she entered the tent and is watching you very carefully the whole way, but she seems much less aggressive than before. Destiny is kind of just pacing back and forth at the door to the tent.
I've explained to Perrin that everything that happens going forward is his choice. He understands. He explained to me what happened on the beach. I would like for you to tell them. Let them see if they believe me.
So after running forward and, trying to get as far as I could, and that creature attacking me, suddenly, in my mind, I just was flooded with everything since the past couple months, since like Duskbane, that has just made me angry, and I haven't been able to express myself, and it just seemed to boil over. And I couldn't seem to tell who was who in the battle, so I struck down at the first thing that was in front of me and searched for the next.
Okay.
I really mean it, Rex. I'm sorry that it was you that I happened to head after.
Don't apologize to me. I'm still standing. Apologize to the... And he points over in Miryu's direction.
She flicks a very pointed glare at you, Perrin. Almost expectantly.
Takes him a second to kind of glance in her direction and try to keep eyes locked. I'm sorry for what I did to him.
You were one very lucky dwarf. Now, I believe you need my assistance to fix him.
If you're willing.
Better an arm attached than one that falls off. still needs very, very large amounts of rehabilitation. And your scar may not look all that pretty. But I can help. Would you like to be knocked out for the process, or are you just going to endure the pain this time?
Let's just get it over with.
Good. And she gets up, she dusts herself off. She walks over to him. And then there's a moment of hesitation as she comes to the knot that she tied. Don't try anything stupid.
Planning on it.
And then she fumbles with the knot for a moment before she finally gets it undone.
Oh no, Miryu.
She just hit the AC of her own knot.
Oh.
And that was with an advantage. And she lets you free.
Do we have anything, bite down on?
Why? And then she, casts a glance over her shoulder. Glances to Rex. And then glances at you again. For 10.
Because if he decides to scream bloody murder, might alert potential hostile things in the area, and I don't want to deal with that.
You do realize we're in an enchanted tent, right?
You know what? I'd rather not take chances.
There's a rope right next to him.
Now I feel like an old wet sock would be better.
Alright, this is getting demeaning. And she's gonna pick up the rope, offer it up to you, and just go, just bite.
She doesn't wait for you to bite. She produces flame and uses produced flame to cauterize your wound. And she does it in a way that she knows it's gonna sting. She makes it slow, she makes it painful, and she makes sure it isn't pretty. But it does the job. And then she stands back and she looks you over and she goes, yeah, you should probably set that now.
Alright, and Rattan's... I mean, she's done it before.
You can make an advantage medicine
Okay.
to try and reset his shoulder.
So she's basically gonna position herself where she's got you, like, in a good position to do it, and she looks at you and goes, make sure you bite.
Again.
Oh, thank God. Oh, that's
Okay.
not good.
It's not great, but it'll do the job. You've done it before. Parent, I do, however, need a Constitution saving throw
Oh,
to make
God.
sure that you don't pass out from all of this pain.
I got it in there, but I did not do it in a painless way.
That and also, no, you pass the fuck out between the cauterizing of your wound and the resetting of your bone. You pass out. You don't lose any hit points, but you're out fucking cold. The pain was just too much.
Rex doesn't know that, and he's like, oh fuck, and takes like a few quick steps forward. And
He just passed out. He's fine.
he does it anyway. Like, there's...
He's just being a pussy. Anyway.
It's been a while since I've had to do that. I was probably a little bit rougher.
I mean, just making sure, because I don't want to get her in more trouble gesturing, like, over his shoulder. At
And then
Destiny.
she's gonna take the hand that she used
You,
to, like...
you all turn around and look at Destiny. She's out cold.
Yeah.
She passed out from the sheer just stress and shock and just not being able to deal with this right now.
I'm gonna suggest this, and this might be a little twisted, but maybe we should just let her sleep this off and not stress her out.
I want to go to sleep anyway. Like...
I'm just saying, like, normally I would wake her up right away.
Miryu takes a very deep sigh and then goes kind of like a side eye towards Rex, and then over to Destiny, and then goes to sit back in her corner again.
If you had something to say, Miryu, I'd hear it.
Personally, I'd prefer a bed.
You want to go back to Moncade?
I said what I had to. And then she grabs her axe and starts sharpening it just out of habit. Maintaining it. General taking a glossary.
Tank glances at Rax.
We should probably... I mean, obviously she came and got Cass, so we know that she can teleport, and it seems like they're in contact through... And he just kind of like puts his hands up like that. Maybe if... I don't know. Maybe we can ask, just so we can get... And then he gestures at Perrin. Him...
They might
his
be
head
able
on
to do a
straight?
better
I don't know.
job.
Well,
Yeah, well, whatever's, and she's still like he's like slumped against her one shoulder, and she's like not moved. She's like having this conversation over her shoulder. Whatever. Bloodlust, whatever you battle rage, whatever you want to call that, whatever made him attack us. That's not something that I can fix. So if they can, or at least help us figure out what exactly is wrong with him.
yeah.
Because I'm going to be honest with you. Not exactly keen about going into unknown, potentially dangerous situations with someone that might attack me. Just seems like a bad call.
That fact combined with the other fact that if he did, he's not going to survive a second time.
No.
Regardless of how well I try to diffuse a situation.
There wouldn't.
I
No
genuinely
offense,
don't
you
think
wouldn't have a
I
choice
could.
next time.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, Ratan, had it been you the first time instead of just Brack, I would have reacted in a similar, maybe not to the same extreme way.
If he'd gone after you, I still would have nearly taken his arm off.
Rax just kind of chuckles to himself and he says, if he'd gone after her, he would not be alive right now, because
If
it
he had
seems like
gone
I
after-
was the only one. Anyway.
I think he got off light, considering he didn't. It could have been a lot worse if he had hit me.
Huh. I mean, a lot worse if either of you weren't there. And,
The only
well, I mean-
reason, the only reason I'm giving him any, that's what I'm talking about. The only reason I'm giving him, I wouldn't even call it a second chance, I wouldn't even call it the benefit of the doubt.
The only reason he's still breathing is where you're going with this.
Right. Is because you
He
told
is
me
still
that
breathing,
didn't
right?
seem like him. He is. She, like, puts her ear down to check.
He's still breathing.
Like she says, yeah, he's still breathing. You told me that it did, like, the look in his eyes was not the same.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't have been right if he wasn't in his own mind. And if it happens to be something to do with that thing, yes, he's an idiot for touching it and picking it up when I told him not to, but that is...
Water under the bridge?
That's a separate issue. That is an issue that can be dealt with. Punishing him for something that he didn't have control over, that he didn't know was gonna happen, that's where I drew the line.
So what we're saying is if he still wants that, when...
Oh, no, yeah, if he still wants that, when he
Then there's a
comes to,
problem.
then there's a problem.
Another point to make. Before anything else happens, should I go back and get his shield?
Oh,
Because we kind of left that on the beat.
yeah. I'm gonna also start doing what I can in the meantime to do something with this. It's leaking on me.
Yeah.
And then when you get back, if you wanna, I can wake Destiny up, or you can wake Destiny up, and then we can talk about maybe communicating with the elders.
Unfortunate Cass isn't here, huh? She just laughs and pushes out the tent. She only takes her axe with her. Nothing else. Not even her bag.
Once she's out of the tent, she's just kind of like watching her go, and she says without even, like, she like flicks a glance at you very briefly, Rex, and then looks back at the tent flap and goes, honestly, I am really not sure what Cass would think of all of this.
Me either.
Huh. And she's just gonna start healing Perrin's arm as best she can.
Perrin, as the healing starts to, go into your system, you do wake up from your your unconscious state. It still hurts like a bitch, but Miri was nowhere to be seen.
And as you come to, you just hear Rattan very quietly saying, "Yeah, I'm really sorry. This is not gonna feel good."
Yeah, I've never needed to have my arm set like that, so I wasn't
Yeah,
knowing
you
what
blacked
to
out.
expect.
You blacked out. It happens. Not to me, but I've seen it happen. And she's just like awkwardly just like dumping, like she's bracing you with one hand and healing with the other, and she's just like,
For my reference, how much of your resources and what resources are you using?
I will put 25 more points of lay on hands. Just that I have 5 left over in case of emergency. And then I will put healing hands, which is another 9.
Mm-hmm.
How is he looking at that point?
You can make a medicine check.
I would like to make a medicine check so I know exactly kind of the situation that I'm in here. Please better than a 2. Why were you a 2? It was on the 20. I watched it roll. It was on the 20 and I watched it roll.
It looks like a god-awful gross wound that hurts a lot.
Alright, we're gonna put, Rex, is Rex bloodied?
No, Rex is good.
Okay, fine. Just checking. I'm gonna put...
Can you
We'll
pop
do
healing hands for me as well, please?
Yes.
You can pop it to GM if you want.
Well, no, because I've used it on them before.
Okay.
I think that's it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then I will do 2 second-level cure wounds. Let's see for that
Okay.
success. One of those. And that's actually pretty sexy healing. Go Rattan.
So
There we go.
with that sort of amount of higher level healing, where you are actually expending spell slots, it does look like the wound itself is closing, but you
Okay.
definitely know rehabilitation is going to be necessary.
Yeah.
Probably going to take numerous repeat. Maybe not necessarily cure wounds, but definitely
Right.
repeated healing.
Right. Just for safe measure, I'm also gonna put 2 first-level cure wounds into him.
I mean, do you not want to do a medicine check first?
Oh, I mean,
You just applied more healing, so I will
yeah,
give you
no,
another check.
That's fair. Oh, much better.
Yeah, same for him. Much better. Like,
Okay.
above bloodied.
Okay.
So you good,
I think that's good enough then. I'm gonna keep those 2 spell slots.
Yeah. For Rattan, that's definitely good enough.
Oh, yeah. Come on, Rattan just did. She rolled pretty fucking good. I never rolled that good on cure wounds. Holy shit. Go Rattan. I'm proud of you. You go, you little heel butt baby. And she gets you to that point and just, that's what she says. This is probably gonna take a bit more of this. And it's just gonna be physical rehab. Again, I'm sorry about almost taking your arm off, but I'm not sorry for almost taking your arm off, given what the alternative might have been.
Given the situation that was happening. Yeah. I understand.
It's going to be about 2 hours before Miryu's back. A little bit less. Well, she's going full speed. It's probably gonna... You know, she'd probably do it in about an hour and a half. So... Because she fast as fuck.
She's gonna, like, sit you up more comfortably. And then as she's doing that, you just hear, thank you for not headbutting me in the face. That would have been really stupid.
Yeah, I thought I hadn't even crossed my mind.
Smartest thing you said yet. Kind of gives you like a the awkward like clap on the shoulder.
Which shoulder?
Not the injured one. Rattan's not that big of an asshole, and she's not that dumb. She's a little slow. She's not that dumb. She's gonna sit down like 5 feet away from him. And she just kind of like lays Alafira down on the ground and like sticks her legs out straight in front of her. And she's just like,
Is there anything you guys would like to do specifically while you're waiting for Miryu? Other than taking her halfway break.
Oh shit, yeah.
I can just message you about it on the break. It's not gonna be anything.
Okay, I mean, I need to pee. So.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to.
So yeah, I'm gonna go and do that and just
Alright.
check the house. Okay, so let's
Perfect.
take 5-10 minutes.
Okay. 5 or 10, which one?
Come back when you come back, but don't... Like, 10 is the limit, but don't rush.
Right. If everyone's back sooner, we'll go. Got it.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Alright, we will be right back.
one of my cats is currently playing with a doorstop. You know, one of those like blingy
Yeah.
spring ones.
I was gonna say when I got back, the amount of times that I've accidentally hit my pinky toe off of that thing behind the bathroom door in the new apartment is already in like the
pain, isn't it?
double,
Right?
triple digits.
Yeah,
So if you hear like a sudden like bling, that's why.
that's what it was. Cool.
Wow.
Main thing around my house that anybody hits anything on is we have baby gates up at a couple of our doorways, so our dog doesn't go into certain areas. We smack our like ankles on those all the time, stepping
I
over
bet.
them. You know they're there. You just
I've fallen down the
misjudge
stairs
people.
and broken a baby gate and had it stuck in my leg, so.
Oh,
No,
That's
so.
horrific.
Are
And I
we
don't know
using
the
what
block
to do
off,
with
like-
that.
It was one of
We
those
used to
metal
block off the
ones
kids'
as well.
Oh,
All right, moving on. One grisly injury to another.
Well,
Sorry.
I mean.
Oh.
Oh.
I just realized something
Mm.
that I didn't think of before.
Mm.
While Miryu is still gone,
Mm-hmm.
Rutan's gonna look at Rax. And she's gonna seem to remember that she has the bag of holding still across her chest. Should probably figure out how much is in this.
you've had it for like 2 weeks. You didn't. Okay.
Well, I didn't really want to just sit here for however long manually pulling out. You know? I don't know how much coin Cass put in here. I saw him like shoveling a lot in there.
I mean, did he look like there was a rhyme or reason to it, or just kind of?
Well, I mean, there were a couple of chalices that he put in there where they were just not. They were like all corroded and like not in good shape, not valuable. I don't know. I guess he wouldn't know better. Would he know better?
I mean, some things are shinier than others, so probably. Usually, I will say usually shinier things are nicer, but not always. So.
Okay, because I did have to tell him to put that one back. But you saw the other one that I pulled out.
Well, yeah. I mean, we can go through it, I guess.
But I know that he was putting coin in there. I just don't know exactly how much, and I don't think I can just ask the bag how much money is in it. She
Have you
kinda
tried?
Smiles like, all right, I'm not that dumb.
Rax bends down
Roll
and
an
whispers.
Arcana check.
No, Rax is gonna bend down and whisper to the bag.
You think it might be possible as Rax goes to do it.
She holds the bag out toward him. She just like gives him extra clearance.
Rax is gonna whisper it in Draconic. I don't know if Perrin knows Draconic. Rex is like hoping that he does, but he's just gonna be like, it's really fun to fuck with Rattan. He backs off. And he like waits a couple seconds. No, he doesn't know.
I guess we'll have to find another way.
I mean, you could count it.
I mean, is there a quicker way to get everything out of it than just every gold
I'm not
coin?
putting my hand
She
in.
pulls a gold coin out of it.
Rax,
There is one.
You know what? Now that she's asking, both Rax and Perrin can roll me Arcana checks. Perrin, roll yours with disadvantage, please. You have.
My eye is fucking
No.
twitching right now.
You think that the only way to do it is doing it the manual way.
The worst part is I fucking know.
Oh, I do too. Rax does
And I
not,
just-
and he's not touching it.
I know. So, okay. While we wait for Miryu, I'm gonna start thinking of. I'll think of platinum coins first and see if any come out.
you are pleasantly surprised when you think of platinum coins,
Uh-huh.
an unspecified amount.
Yep, unspecified amount of platinum coins.
Man, if that had been a disadvantage.
You would have been great.
I know.
But in context, that is
Yeah.
perfect.
I was just like, oh.
Oh my god. I was really hoping that Perrin would know Draconic, so that that would force you to roll like a deception not to laugh at it or some shit.
You watch as Ratan's like digging around inside the bag. Like she's got like her arm in there and she's like,
Are you gonna pull one out or just keep putting your arm in?
there is a lot of platinum in that bag. Like, I can't find the bottom.
Doesn't it not have a bottom? Isn't that the point?
But what I'm saying is everywhere I move my hand, there's just platinum. Just platinum, she pulls one out.
One.
Now she's thinking of gold coins. Fuck you, there's a lot more in there. She just stick her hand back in the bag.
And this time you're thinking of gold coins?
Yep.
Exactly the same thing, but more.
This time she's gonna pull her hand out with like as much as like shovel out, like claw machine style, and just like let it spill out of her hands. Yeah, there's a lot more gold in there.
It's like a really odd sensation because you don't hear it hit anything when you drop it back in.
Yeah. Just like lets it slide back in.
Okay.
We're gonna have to count this at some point because. Okay, you understand what that means if we actually have a lot of money right now, right?
We might not even need to do that. And he like gestures towards where the bluffs are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do we know how much that's like the diamond is worth?
Do I?
You're not really a jeweler
Yeah, I know.
or all that familiar with diamonds.
Oh, you were asking how much the diamond I have is worth. I always thought he was asking me about like how much the diamond needed for. Never mind. I was on a different wavelength. No. I mean, probably more than I can afford. Usually, before I started doing this.
Before I met you guys, I was given the most amount of money I'd ever had, so.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's not that I wasn't paid a living wage. It's just I was not making the kind of money that we've been making.
While you're talking, all of a sudden, Destiny bolts upright and goes, "Is it alive?"
Yeah, fine.
Fine. We're good. Hi.
Hello.
Are you
Gives
Where's
okay?
a small
Marion?
wave from the corner. He gives a small wave from the corner he's in. Hi.
Where's Mary?
She went to go get his shield.
Is she okay? You let her go alone! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I am gonna get so badly reprimanded if anything happens to her.
No, you're not. She'll be fine.
Rax touches his necklace. It says, are you okay?
You said, "Are you okay?" And she replies, "Yeah. Why? What? Do you need me? Like, is something going on? I can come back. I mean, like, I'm almost done. I'm on my way back."
No, Destiny's just freaking out. She just woke up.
Ah.
And she was
Yeah.
worried that she was gonna be in trouble because you were in trouble, so just to calm her nerves.
Well, I'm definitely not in trouble, that's for sure. I'm appreciating the walk. And the fresh air and the sea breeze and the ocean. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I'm fine. I mean, none of those fish guys showed up. The shield was where it was, wherever you left it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the dead bodies are still there. Kicked a couple of them into the ocean.
It's therapeutic, right?
Well, that, but also, you know, disposing of evidence.
Fair.
That sounds really bad, huh? Anyway, I'm fine. There's, like, maybe a stick of candy in my bag if she's, like, really flustered. I can just shove it in her mouth and tell her to shut up. Usually works. If I didn't already eat it. I can't remember. I don't know.
I ate the candy that I had when we started in the desert. So I don't
You
have
had
any
candy.
anymore. Yeah, we had
Well.
bought some for Richie, but because we thought gift day was... I don't know. I'm not from around there, so I didn't know when gift day was. It was yeah.
It was last year.
What?
It was last year. We missed New Year.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Yeah, it was last year. Happy New Year!
Right. Yeah, missing 2 weeks threw me off.
Yeah, when we get to Moncade, because we are going to Moncade, I'm just throwing that out there. Candy shopping. Cheesecake shopping. Oh my god. Shopping.
Yeah, I'm in for that.
And a bath. And a bath. Anyway, you get back to what you're doing. I'm on my way back. I'll see you soon.
Okay.
So there's like a moment where Rex is focused. You assume he's having some kind of mental
Yep.
conversation.
Yep.
He, like, after a few seconds, he just kind of, like, stops spacing out, and he's like, yeah, she's fine.
See? Nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool. So, now that I've sufficiently embarrassed myself, what are we talking about?
Oh, don't worry. He passed out too.
Yeah, but like he's in pain and I'm just me.
It's okay to be squeamish.
The blood wasn't the problem.
Was it the... me putting the...
This means something different back home, so please
Oh!
enunciate.
Uh,
Uh,
oh!
sorry.
No! Not what I meant. Was it me putting his arm back in?
Kinda. Yeah, and then like all of everything else going on.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So. Yeah. Okay, you do whatever you're doing. I'm gonna have a drink of water and pretend that never happened.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
It's nighttime already?
No.
How long was I out?
Like, an hour?
That's still too long, but it's not nighttime, so I haven't missed my report, so we're fine. We're fine. Everything's okay.
Speaking of that...
Why do I feel like this is another awful, horrible situation that I missed?
No, it's not. We're trying to fix the current situation we're in as fast as possible.
Okay.
Because... Do you know if Evangeline will make an exception right now because of any gestures at Perrin?
Rattan mimics the gesture and goes, current situation.
She literally does that, and she's like rubbing her forehead. Well,
I also don't mean to add my personal problems to the situation, but it would probably help with some of the other issues that are going on because, yeah, we lost 2 weeks I wasn't anticipating us losing, and I'm supposed to be reporting back to Marinalac for, all 3 kings meeting at the same time.
I feel like this is something I don't need to know.
I mean, it has potentially disastrous consequences, so
I still feel like this is something I don't need to know.
why?
Because this is outside the scope and spectrum of my current objective.
Probably information.
Unless you're
that they would
asking me
wanna
to be
know.
your +1?
No.
And I was going to
That's
have to
not totally
politely...
taken.
Yeah. Well, I thought so too, and I just didn't want to, like, make
I'm
this...
flattered, but no.
Okay.
I was only giving you that information because it might, like Rax said, be relevant information that the elders might want to know, and it might, I don't know, spur them on to be a little bit more...
lenient with not wanting to...
flexible?
Yeah, that's the word.
So... Technically, there is a way... And I'm not really meant to use it unless it's like an emergency. So I'd have to kind of like ask or give warning. And that might make her grumpy. So just tread lightly when we get there.
Generally on eggshells when we're talking with all of them.
It's fine, I'll
So.
just pretend like I'm back home.
But if we could, purely because... And he gestures at Perrin again.
If we get another fight before whatever the hell is going on with you is dealt with...
Yeah.
You do realize that they'll only see you in the morning, right? And it's currently, like, not morning. So you'll have to wait a bit.
Well, we're also... we were still traveling at night, right? Or did we, like, swap over? Yeah.
You've not swapped over.
Okay, I thought so. It's like, well, I mean, technically, I could definitely go with some sleep. So, seeing them in the morning works for me.
Okay, well...
I'm not trying to force you to do anything that you're uncomfortable.
I mean, I don't mind going home, but you may have to deal with Evangeline when we get there. She might not be happy, and I'm sorry.
What?
You don't let her explain it. Let me go and ask really nice if we can. Was
I
Miriam
suddenly have
just
anxiety. Oh. I don't like that feeling.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go and speak to a rock. Okay, bye. And she steps outside the tent.
What the? Why the hell is Evangeline mad at us?
I mean, technically, we didn't do
Well,
one of
right.
the things
Technically,
we
we didn't do this, and that was the whole
half the point, yeah.
right. And Destiny was only allowed to come out here because we were gonna do that.
Mm-hmm.
Feel like that's kind of.
Rex just starts chuckling to himself.
What?
I wonder if, whatever these means are, just teleports us to her current location and she's currently in her bed asleep? Maybe?
Oh.
I don't know. I just know
Wait,
that's one
didn't-
good reason why
didn't-
she'd be angry.
Didn't Destiny say that when she uses higher level arcana, weird shit happens?
Did she?
Yes. It's like her turning into a
So
potted
maybe
plant.
when she teleports, like. I don't know how magic works. I would ask, but I think that's a completely different kind.
I can't even fucking do that, so. I don't know how it works.
That's like interplanar. My head just hurts now.
Never mind. Well, I mean, maybe it's just the whole, like, when Kes got drunk, maybe it's kind of like that, but that's, like, always, which would suck.
But didn't Kess try to do like something little, and she said it's like with her higher stuff?
Right.
I think she said it was
So-
anything above basic magic, which I don't know what basic magic is for,
Rex takes out his water skin and, like, pulls some of the water out and freezes it in midair, and he's like, probably that, and then he puts it back. That would be basic. So, I mean, I'm assuming she has higher level arcana than my invisible bit. So, I mean,
to be honest with you, I'm relatively certain she has higher level arcana than anything that I can do.
well, whatever it is, I'm just curious if that's why is it just has a potential for going wrong. Which I have some experience with. Yeah, Kes turning blue wasn't bad.
So she said it's fine. We just have
Yeah.
to wait for Miryu.
Okay.
And she's talking as she walks in the door.
Pretend like half startles when she walks in. Yup.
She also said that Never mind. Just be careful. And please address her very, very respectfully.
Which would be Evangeline, or is it Lady Moon-Thistle, or...
Both. She tends not to like being referred to as lady because that's Lady Sweet Dove's title. Just, you know, carefully, respectfully. It's strange talking to my mother respectfully. It's confusing. Anyway, she said it's fine. And she also said to make sure you don't eat before travel.
Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah. Good luck. I think. I'm not gonna be able to help because I'll have to report straight to Hannah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She kind of goes over and starts gathering her things and tidying up inside the tent.
Completely off topic. So you told us about the bag and just thinking about what you want to take it out. Is there a way to do that, but faster?
Turn it inside out.
Really?
Do you know what's in there?
A lot of gold and platinum.
Turn it inside out in a big room.
Okay. Rex kind of turns to everybody. Do we want to do that at Bliss when we first get there and kill some time counting?
I'd suggest not.
Okay, we won't.
Not when you first get there. Anyway.
No. Nope.
Rattan's just, like, nodding along, like, absently.
So are we just waiting until Miryu gets back?
I'm listening.
No, I wasn't saying anything. Like I was asking out of character.
And stun silence aside, you take the rest of the time just, engaging in as much light conversation as you can focus on. Destiny is very much like preparing herself, like you can tell that she's primming herself up to look less adventured and more the daughter of an elder, the best that she can. She redoes her hair 4 times and then decides to leave it down. And you gather your things, you get sort of situated and ready, and then Miryu eventually pops through into the tent. And she's like, I got it! What's going on? And this is probably about half an hour later.
We're going back and it's gonna be quick.
Congratulations!
Yeah.
And then Destiny flicks her a gaze and she looks away and she's avoiding eye contact. And she's like, Perrin, I have a gift for you! as a congratulations for not dying today. Ta-da! Here's your shield. And she holds it out to you.
Rattan tries really hard not to snort, but like can't help herself. And she looks at you, parents. She's like, "Sorry."
Rax laughs. He doesn't apologize.
She doesn't laugh. She's being as serious as she can.
Goes kind of like lift up the arm a little bit and just. Might be better if we store it away for now. I don't know.
I mean, I can tape it to your back.
No.
Well, I'm not carrying it, so that's all I knew. She kind of just drops it and goes to collect her stuff.
I have all my stuff.
I don't even know if Rax ever put his down. I never said that he did.
Yeah, I feel like Rattan just like sat down like with her stuff, and she's like still standing with her legs out in front of her.
As far as Rattan goes, I feel like because she was like trying to hold Perrin up to relocate his arm, she would have like made herself comfortable.
Like near her. Her pack's like near her, but you know.
Rax just totally forgot his existence.
When you're wearing chainmail.
Like, alright, yeah, I've got shit on my back.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's like, this is standard, whatever.
Yeah, like her pack is like somewhere nearby, but she's just like sitting there like waiting for you guys to gather up your stuff, and she's like the one who's like at the airport and has like all of her stuff like next to her, and she's like waiting on everybody else to like put their stuff on and get ready to board, and she's like, yeah, no, whenever you guys are ready, like I'll just, we can go. She's got the little roller suitcase just waiting on you guys.
So, gonna all need to leave the tent. I'm gonna fold up the tent, and then I need you to, it's probably gonna be awkward. Join hands and close your eyes.
There's nothing awkward about holding hands.
Uh-huh.
Rax gets up and exits the tent.
Yep.
That's all she says to that.
Poor Destiny. She's not equipped to deal with us.
She's really not.
And it's gonna get so much worse.
So you all get out, get out the tent. She proceeds to fold it into a napkin and shoves it in her pocket. She waits and she makes sure that you all have your eyes closed and are linked up. Before she does anything else. And you hear her sort of moving around, and she goes all the way around the circle that you make. And if you don't make a circle, she makes a circle for you. You're going about probably for a couple of minutes. And she's constantly checking to make sure none of you are peeking. And then she dips under between Rax and Miryu, goes into the center of the circle, is there for a couple of moments before she steps back and slips in between Perrin and Rattan. And she takes your hands and she goes, well, I definitely suggest holding your breath. And before you can even properly react, you're all taking that away. What? And like before you can react, you all of a sudden just feel this rush of sandy wind that just almost feels like you're inside a sandy tornado. Before you feel like you're lifted off the ground, suspended in this windy vortex, and then you feel yourselves being gently lowered to the ground. I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no. +4, +4, +4.
I think I'm good.
This went so well for me last time.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you rolled a natural 1. I don't think my +4 was gonna help you, buddy.
There we go.
Fine.
Oh no.
Not fine.
Oh no, I throw up.
Yeah, you most certainly will, and it's gonna be great. Hold on, because I need to roll some dice.
Oh no! Oh no! Where am I throwing up?
That's fine.
Who am I throwing up on?
Yeah, they're fine. Hold the fuck on and let me roll my dice, Jesus, because there are NPCs with you!
No!
So... as your feet lower to the ground, Rattan, you feel your insides just not okay. And you can't even control the direction, you just go forward.
Yep, projectile.
And you hear it splat onto what sounds like a carpeted area. You open your eyes and you have just proceeded to vomit all over the lounge area of the Amatow suite in front of Evangeline.
Oh no! And Rattan's mood is like,
Who?
oh no, she had her mask on!
So just
I have never hated being a skirt task more in my life.
So you vomited into you. And then dribbled all down yourself. Sexy. Which is probably better, because otherwise you would have puked on Evangeline, which, you know. But yeah, so Rattan is covered in her own vomit. The rest of you are fine. And as your eyes flick open, you do see that you are in the lounge area. In front of a rather fed-up looking Evangeline, who is dressed unlike her usual self. Her staff is resting to her side within easy reach, and the way that she's dressed almost surprises you because she definitely doesn't look like she's in the position of the Elders' Council. She has on a very simple outfit, which is basically like a form-fitting one-piece that kind of looks like a leotard. That's dark in color, almost black, and the material covers the entirety of her legs and tucks into simple leather boots that stop just below her knee. The top half is a low cut that exposes her pale skin and the tattoos on her chest, and just enough cleavage to be cheeky. However, she's dressed it up by tugging on a long moss-colored gothic-style trench coat that she has left open. Around her waist is a loose-hanging brown leather belt with a number of different pouches attached to it. And she looks up at you all and just shakes her head.
As soon as Rattan's like done vomiting, she like rips her mask off and she's like, oh, I'm so...
And she looks at Destiny and clicks her fingers, and immediately Destiny leaves. There's water in the mains. Go clean up.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna go sheepishly do that.
And go sheepishly and clean up. Give me just a second. And you take the time to rinse as much as you can, and including out your mouth and off your face, and just clean up.
Yep.
The rest of you are left standing awkwardly in the lounge with Evangeline and a little bit of puddle of puke on the floor. And she's not saying a word.
Rax is trying his best, and actually not doing terribly, because normally he would just not even try to hold it back, the laughter. But he's like...
You can roll a performance check to see how good you are doing.
Oh, you had to say it. You
I
had
did.
to say it. Don't say it.
You hold it for like the first couple of seconds of silence in the room before you just cannot help yourself.
All I'm imagining is the kid is going,
It's just, it's the kid in church who's trying not to laugh.
yep.
And then just loses their shit.
And then
Which-
the more you try to hold it in, the worse it gets.
Which obviously then kicks Miru off, who's giggling behind you. And she's like taking a step back so she can laugh into the back of your shoulder. So she's
Oh, the
giggling.
traitor.
Yeah, she's giggling like right behind you. You can feel her bouncing behind you because she's laughing as well.
Thank you for making this exception for us to come back. We really
Well.
appreciate it, regardless of my situation and Rattan's misfortune. We do very much appreciate it.
There will, of course, be a charge.
Okay, that's understandable.
We discussed that,
Mm-hmm.
Once everyone's here.
Okay.
And Ratan, you come back, like,
Yeah, she's like,
you hear him descend into laughter
oh no.
from
Her
the other.
stomach stinks because she knows that this can't be good if he's laughing. Oh no. And she's just like shaking off like what's left of like, she's like using like her,
There are towels here.
well, yeah, she would have like, but she's like getting like the last of like the water out of her mask that the towel didn't get.
Mm-hmm.
And she comes back into the room and she gives Evangeline a very sheepish nod of the head.
And she, like, gestures back to where you were standing.
Yeah, she goes back over there. And it's kind of weird. She almost like instinctually like snaps to like soldier attention. She's like, and then she's like,
And the shameful puddle of puke that's drying on the carpet.
Yep. You know, she's been through worse. She's just gonna sit there and pretend like it doesn't. It's totally normal.
Now that we're all situated, I believe you have a problem.
We do. And we do not possess the means to rectify it ourselves. We hope that perhaps yourself or someone else here might be able to, or could at least point us in the right direction.
Well, the only members of the elite team that remain are Chase, Ashley, and Stacy. The presence of Sir Gemhorn is also not with us currently.
Of course.
Which leaves myself, Lady Sweet Dove, and Rupert. Now, from what I understand, this should be something that Lady Sweet Dove will be able to rectify. For a charge.
Of course.
Which means you have 2 outstanding tabs. I can't say that I'm surprised. Given from what Crystal reports about your time within the Phantom Crypt. I didn't take you all for grave robbers. However, I believe that it was stated that you could keep whatever riches you found, so I suppose the acquisition of such riches is left up to your imagination. Perhaps there is a lesson here. Now, to the matter at hand. It is beyond the time that we usually hold council, hold court. However, given the situation, I believe the Lady Sweet Dove has the resources available to aid you today.
We don't wish to impose any more than we have already.
Imposing would be letting him run riot, and she like flicks her gaze to Perrin.
This is true.
Well, you owe me 600 gold.
Rattan is going to stick her hand into the bag of holding. And she is going
She
to
raises her hand.
Uh,
I'm not accepting the crypt money.
Perrin will go ahead in his pack and get 60 of his own platinum out.
She just puts a hand out.
And he hands it right over.
She takes it, and she does a motion with her hand as she's taking it that sort of like encapsulates it. As she holds it, and then she wiggles her fingers, and you can see there's nothing in her hand. The price for what you're asking, or what I assume you're asking, is significantly less. We will be keeping that which caused this for study.
Rex fishes it and tries to take it out. And...
You get stuck like a couple of times because you did such a shitty job under the
Yep.
water and you haven't fixed it yet. So like you go to like pull it and then it doesn't come out and you're like, oh wait, the other way.
Oh boy.
And she again puts a hand up. Give it to Rupert.
Rex holds it on the side opposite where Perrin is. In like whatever hand that is.
I mean, Perrin, you kind of want this. You kind of like there's this feeling in the back of your head that you really want what he has, and now that you're aware of it and it's in your face, really. But she just keeps an eye over all of you, and she takes a moment of hesitation. I have something for you, specifically for Rattan and Perrin. Would you like them now, or would you like to get this dealt with?
I think dealing with Perrin's situation is a bit more pressing, as leaving him unchecked might put others at risk.
As you wish. She stands up, straightens out her coat, picks up her staff, and looks over all of you again, almost as if she's sizing you up. Her gaze lingers on Perrin. Then she takes a step towards him, leans down so she's level with him. One step out of line, even a twitch to reach for a weapon, even the slightest look in your eye that suggests you're intending to do something stupid, nothing on this plane or any other will stop what happens next. Do you understand?
Nodding slowly. I understand.
Upstairs, your life does not belong to you. Very well then. And she stands up, she straightens herself, and she heads into the main area of the suite, stepping over Rattan's puke puddle. Making a very deliberate gesture to make you feel guilty about it.
Yeah.
She leads you to where the door is, where you know leads upstairs into the chamber. And you're used to seeing Hannah clutch a key from between her boobs. What you watch is she clicks, and then she turns the handle. And opens the door. And she gestures for you all to go ahead of her, so that she can lock it behind you.
Yep. I go.
And she leads you up to a grand chamber you're all somewhat familiar with at this point. However, you notice the striking difference. The spread of leaves that normally adorns where the throne is, that looks like a tree with it gently blowing in the breeze, is gone. There is no longer an actual breeze that fills this chamber, and the room looks much larger, much colder, and much emptier without these features. Yet, Lady Sweet Dove seems to be perched the same way that she always is, tiny and petite with her hood up, in her massive throne, with Rupert to her side, legs kicked over the side of his chair, flicking a gold coin, as he always does. You see his weapons down the side, as always, and obviously Evangeline's throne sits empty. And after you're at the top of the stairs and you're all situated, Evangeline does take into a quicker step, goes ahead of you, goes right to sort of the respectful distance away from the foot of Lady Sweet Dove's chair, takes to a knee, and bows her head respectfully and silently, showing just how much respect she has for the lady in the chair, and takes her place in the throne next to her. No one talks.
Gonna get to that respectful distance that we usually stop at. And Ratanza's gonna bow over and she's gonna stay there until she is told otherwise.
Rax is pretty much same thing, right next to Rattan.
Yep, Mary comes out. She doesn't bow for quite as long, but she does the same gesture that Evangeline did. She takes a bow, she takes a knee, she bows her head, and she hesitates before standing up and taking on a more natural stance.
Baron watched you come up to the rest of the group. Last time he stayed about 10 feet behind them. He'll stand up and be on the other side of Rattan and bow himself.
And you stand there in silence. Before Rupert realizes none of you are going to talk. And he catches his coin in a way that, like, you know, it makes like the clap that echoes through the chamber. Can't got your tongues?
Ratan stands.
Rax does as well, and he says, well, I guess it's more of a feeling of embarrassment.
Humility.
Good traits to have. No. This isn't your problem. And he starts flicking his coin again. He just keeps doing it over and over
Rattan
again.
leans down. I think that's you. To Perrin.
Something seems to have afflicted me that caused me to strike at my allies. And I ask humbly to the council here if they can help me resolve this and help it not happen again.
What exactly happened? And that's Evangeline.
So while we were at the Bluffs, we engaged with some of the fish people that we had been sent down there to check out. And during battle, one of them struck me a couple times, and as it did so, all of a sudden my mind seemed to flood with anger from many things that I'd been keeping inside from stuff that kept me angry the past couple months. It just seemed to boil over, and I couldn't seem to tell a friend from foe. And I struck down the creature in front of me, and then headed to the next nearest thing, which happened to be Rax. And after attempting to hit him and the other is trying to subdue me. I also attempted to swing at Rattan. That I did miss, and then she was able to knock me out, but not before kind of rubbing his shoulder, giving me a wound that I will never forget.
And you can see Evangeline weighing your words very heavily. And Rupert catches his coin again. Okay, so were there weapons coated in anything?
Not that I could tell.
Were these individuals using some kind of arcane?
Not
Looks
from
at
what I saw.
Mirio and
Mario shakes her head. Was the shift sudden?
Yeah, it was like once that thing hit me, it suddenly I just didn't feel myself anymore.
Have you previously had anger management issues?
sorry, that's Wither, not Rattan.
No, I tend to bottle it up inside.
What happens when your bottles overflow? On a standard occasion.
I mean, I've never lashed out like this, ever.
You can say you cry yourself to sleep at night. Every man does it once in a while. God damn it, Sam.
I'm sorry. You expect me to keep a straight face on that?
I am trying so fucking hard.
And he starts flicking his coin again after he says that.
I mean, that might work for some people, but I just tend to just keep everything in.
Well, first of all, it sounds like you need a therapist. Secondly, it sounds like this is beyond an underlying issue. Milady can only do one type of arcana left today. Usually it is reserved for saving a life or bringing those back from beyond. However, this is an issue that needs to be dealt with.
If I may. I at least have reason to suspect that whatever is wrong with him stems from an item. A specific one.
Do you have it?
Rax lifts it up in front of himself, and he kind of like makes a gesture of, do you want me to bring it to you?
And Rattan is watching Perrin carefully.
You get a nod.
Approaches quickly but respectfully and holds it out on his hands, and he says, we think it's either this...
Hold.
Hmm?
Oh boy.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Oh no. I thought she pulled you.
Nope.
Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
He better not. I already threw up on the floor.
So, Heron Rex is walking towards Rupert.
I'm watching him.
Rax, can I have that back, please?
Not a fucking chance.
Take a step forward.
I'm gonna
Knees.
put my hand on his chest. You do not want it that badly.
Rex didn't look at you when he answered you, so he's gonna stop, turn around, and say, "You stand right fucking there, and you wait. This is not yours anymore. And the fact that you want it right now? No, you're not getting it back." He turns back around and starts walking towards Rupert.
Don't do it, Baron.
Ratan, please.
You will thank us later. Don't make me do it again.
At this point, Rupert has caught his coin and is sitting properly in his chair, just watching all of this unfold. I'm assuming this is what you're talking about.
Rax nods his head and says, and he gestures like his head backwards towards Perrin, if that doesn't give any indication of the probable cause of this, I don't know what will.
To be fair, if someone else had an object that belonged to you and was going to hand it over to what is essentially a stranger, I think you'd want a possession too, but...
Considering present company and present stressful situation, I would make an exception personally. Whatever item is being taken away from me would not be worth any ire from any of you three.
He points at the necklace hanging around your neck. What about that?
Rax closes his eyes and says, "If you really wanted it." And he looks back at Miriu and says, "I guess." And he's like frustrated but understands the situation.
You can roll an insight on Miriu if you like.
I'm not watching her, I'm watching Perrin because I got my hand on him.
Mm-hmm.
You can roll an insight on Baron.
Yeah. She's just making sure that he doesn't do anything dumb.
You're struggling to get a read on Miriu. Return. Hold on.
Oh boy.
I was like, every time she's just like, oh man. I think I need to get a new headset for my computer. This side makes a little noise when I move it, like this. Like there's something loose in there.
That's not good.
Nope.
Yeah, she's keeping her hand on him.
Well, We can do this for you. Obviously, that does lend the question, do you intend to continue your work?
I think we hadn't thought that far ahead, and depending how it turns out, I don't think I can say for sure, and definitely not without talking to everyone else first.
Can't promise that's something that we can go and do immediately after this is resolved. But it is something that I at least intend to do what I told you I would, even if it is not immediately.
He takes the weapon from you
Mm-hmm.
and weighs it in his hands. And then gives you like the, go back to where you were, like, shoo hand.
Rex would have probably walked away as soon as he took it out of his hand.
Still does it anyway. It's Rupert.
Yeah, his back was turned, so he didn't see it.
Yeah, he's like weighing it, and I'm like just sort of like rolling it in his hand, just checking every nook and cranny. Evangeline's the one that speaks up. Since you wish to discuss what you intend to do, and whether or not you continue to keep your end of the bargain, we will give you the night to recuperate, to discuss, and for once, I will agree to return you to where you came from. Of course, I will add it to your tab.
Thank you.
It's fair. Very fair. Thank you.
Rupert stands up and walks through to where you took Osiris. And there's a silence that hangs for a moment. And it's Evangeline still addressing you. I highly suggest you finish what you started. Because people have died and will die the longer you hesitate.
Your assistance in returning us, I think, will make that possible.
I cannot take you home again.
That's fair.
Rupert pops back through. He is not holding the weapon. So it looks like you got yourself a little bit of a curse here.
She just looks at Baron and just shakes her head.
Now, fortunately for you, it's not that expensive to reverse. I mean, it could have cost you your lives. It's a nasty one, this one. whoever created it, or more specifically imbued it into the weapon you gave us, was definitely intending to cause harm. Put in the right, for lack of a better term, person's hands, this would make someone very difficult to deal with. For example, and he gestures at Miriu, she'd be basically unstoppable. Now, obviously, for this, Milady's gonna have to expend the last use of her Arcana today. And only Perrin will be permitted.
Pan nods.
Rex also nods.
Yeah, nods. Now, a matter of the cost, it's 90 gold pieces. We will provide the materials. And obviously, this spell. And then you are free to wine, dine, and otherwise enjoy yourselves. Hannah can set you up with rooms should you need them. Should you still wish to take Destiny with you, provided you leave in the morning, this is also allowed.
You've been more than understanding and kind with us.
Yes, well, you have provided us with a lot of useful information.
And we'll
Provide
do.
you with a bit more.
That's what I was going to say.
Well, once the cost has been settled, obviously this is not related to Evangeline's offer. Her Arcana is entirely her own.
I'll pull 90 out of my personal gold.
He puts his hand out.
She walks forward, places it in his hand.
Unlike Evangeline, you can tell he's not quite the same level, if any, Arcana. He kind of just weighs it, he's like, alright. And then he grabs a small coin chest from down the side of his throne and puts it in it, and then tucks it away again.
She backs away.
Well. And for the first time, Lady Sweetdove moves, stands, doesn't pull down her hood, and just, it looks almost as if she's floating as she walks, fully robed in her black cloak, beyond the curtains and down the stairs where you took Osiris. The rest of you can go downstairs, wait in the suite, unless Evangeline wishes to discuss anything further. And dinner will be served at the usual time. If you need anything, you know how to get the attention. Obviously, we are limited in numbers of our specific staff. But I'm sure that you'll find something to enjoy. Perrin, if you will. And he gestures through the curtains.
Perrin will nod and start walking the direction that he pointed.
Rupert goes behind you on your heels, almost like he's defensive. He grabs his weapon on the way through. And they disappear off. And I will be with you in a moment, Perrin. You are left in the hall with Evangeline, who is perched on her throne. If you wish to return in the morning, find some means of gathering 400 gold pieces that haven't been stolen from a grave.
Rax puts his hand up and he says, I have my own personal from before, and I'll make sure I'll give you that.
Obviously, get some rest. If you wish for an audience in the morning, request it at the bar. If you have any questions. If not, I will send for Destiny to get you. When you're brought here, we will perform a arcane ritual, and you will be sent back to where you were. I will be traveling with you, and then I will be immediately leaving.
Of course.
If you need any supplies, provisions, I suggest you go shopping. And on top of it, I will give you these. And she stands up. She makes her way to Rattan. And she hands you... Hold on a second. She hands you a piece of rolled up parchment that's sealed with a deep blue colored ribbon that's neatly tied in a bow. And hanging from the knot is a thin metal chain, and on the end of it hangs a symbol you're all too familiar with. She then hands you a pale colored envelope sealed with a deep red wax crest that holds the symbol of Duskthane. And your name is written in very beautiful penmanship on the front.
Fuck.
And then she hands you a third rolled up piece of parchment. And as she's putting the third one down, she says, that one is Perrin's.
Of course.
I suggest you read them. They've been... a while. Probably about a week or so after you left.
Oh. Thank you.
And with that, please.
She gives the bow and she turns on her heel and
Rax also bows and says thank you and follows behind.
Yeah, Miria is out behind you. She kind of there's a much more casual like as she's leaving. Evangeline doesn't seem bothered by it, but she definitely doesn't reciprocate. Whereas
so I have 3, correct?
if you are going to read Perrin's, I can give you 3.
Oh, well, I see 3 under my received. Oh,
One
sorry,
of them's
no,
an old one.
Right.
Yeah.
Got it.
You got 2 new ones, and if you
Got
would
it,
like to
got
read
it, got it.
Perrin's,
No,
I can
no,
give
she
you
wouldn't do that.
Perrin's.
She wouldn't do that.
Okay. All right. Well, I will be back.
Okay. Fuck, I'm so goddamn nervous.
Come on, we were only gone a few weeks, right?
It was Duskthane!
I know.
Okay. My god, that is a lot.
From which one?
I'm not telling you. my god.
That's a fun face.
Ah. Okay, that wasn't as bad as I thought, but also, like, fuck. Sometimes I hate using dark mode. Oh my god, this is a lot too. Oh no. My fucking mind is blown right now. Shit. Also really cool, but really nerve-wracking. That is a huge information dump. Okay. I'm like, holy fuck. Okay. Oh, it's fine. This will be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. This will be fine. can't wait to go back and watch this VOD and watch my brain explode.
I was too busy eating to watch it in real time.
Alrighty, so it's probably about 10-15 minutes before Perrin comes down.
Okay.
I was trying so hard watching you react to reading those while RPing with the joke.
I'm sorry, but holy shit. Holy info dump, Batman. Yeah, so we're like, because we're going right down the stairs that lead back to the Amato suite, I'm assuming?
Yeah, and even though you know Evangeline locked the door, you managed to open it with ease.
Okay. Not gonna question it. She said that we could go. Not gonna question that. We're like halfway down the stairs, and Rattan's already like tearing open one of the letters and like reading it on the way down.
Mm-hmm.
Rax is basically, as soon as we get down there, he's gonna probably find one of the couches, plop down on it, and say, like, put his head back, breathe a sigh of relief, and say, "Anything good, Rattan?"
Mary plops down on the sofa, and head and lap, and just zones out.
She stops at the bottom of the stairs and is just like ramrod straight reading the letter, and is just all you can see is her eyes through the mask.
He's not looking at you. He's waiting for a verbal response. If he waits more than like a couple minutes, he'll just go, "Good talk."
You say that, like a couple seconds later, just hear, "Holy shit."
Holy shit good or holy shit bad? Come on. Words.
Mixed. Mixed. Mostly.
Oh, boy.
Okay. That's just the first. I gotta go through the second one. This one is. I need to sit down first, and she's just gonna find like the nearest table, chair, dresser.
Which one did you read first?
Lady Lucis. That was the first one that I read.
I thought you'd appreciate that one.
So whatever surface is nearby, whether it's a table, a chair, a settee, a couch,
I mean, closest to the door is probably the big fuck off bed in the middle of the room.
Okay, then she's just gonna like flump down onto that, holding the letter. This one is from Lady Luce from Dustbane.
Rax is suddenly interested. Okay.
Plus side, she doesn't want to kill us for what happened there.
Good news.
Also, plus side, she actually like holds it up, and her hand's kind of like shaking while she's reading it. The information you provided on the night that you graced my home has opened my eyes to some issues that had not been brought to my attention, and I have since taken the time to handle those. So I guess I didn't do that bad.
Rax kind of like, what did we tell her?
I told her that Alexander was responsible for the wolves attacking Daniel's wife.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
That whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Which she did not seem aware of at all. Yeah. Saran had him by the fucking balls. It's the whole reason Alexander did everything that he did. Saran had him by the balls. Basically said that if Alexander did not do exactly what he was told, that Cleon was going to march upon Duskbane and slaughter everyone. So he was doing exactly what he said, which was protecting his house by any means necessary. We just didn't understand that that was going, which explains why Saran paid a visit to make sure probably that Alexander was playing his dutiful role.
I mean, I understand. I understand his point now.
Right, I mean,
Okay.
it still doesn't make it okay what he did to Richie's mom or to Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I want to kick the ever-living hell out of Saran. Ugh.
Yeah.
He just keeps getting higher and higher on my shit list.
How long is your shit list?
Not very long, so that should tell you something. I also can't tell you where you are on it because that might make you suddenly move higher or lower on that list, depending on your reaction.
I have 2 people on my list. How fucking long is this list?
She's just laughing. You can't tell if she's serious or not.
Rax didn't get the joke, but some did.
Right. But Duskbane's agreement with Clam has been dissolved. Because, well, after Saran got Perrin's letter, Lady Luz couldn't keep her hands off me. I couldn't breathe that letter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Saran basically said, yeah, no, we're done. And cut the deal with Duskthane. Said that he would no longer protect Duskthane, their secret, or the lives of the people that live there. And should they say anything about what they learn, he's gonna deny it, call them traitors to the Western Kings, and have Duskthane wiped off the face of the map.
So, bright side.
Bright side, Duskthane isn't against us anymore.
Or,
In league with Saran, which was
that's,
concern.
yeah, more, yeah. So we can't be certain that they're not against us, because
I mean, she did
obvious
ask me to
reasons.
return something personal of hers that I borrowed from her chambers, so.
Is that the, and he, like, makes the flicking motion that,
It's either the coin or the journal that you stole from Alexander's office.
no, it's mine.
It's one of the two. I'll get to the bottom of it. I'll write her another letter and I'll figure out exactly which item she's referring to. I'm pretty sure it's the coin.
If I had to guess, I would agree, but
Right.
maybe she really likes reading. I don't know.
I mean, it was Alexander's journal.
Well, I found this in the library, I thought.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. You have the
Vampire book.
Duskbane book. Yeah.
No, the vampire book, because there was a Duskthane book as well.
Yeah, and then there was a vampire book, and then there was a How to Become a Lich book. Then there was a Whispering book, and then there was a diary book. There were a lot of books in Duskbane.
Or, and he, like, reaches into his backpack and pulls out the key. This.
Why do you still have the key?
They were kind of missed when we were running by, and
All right, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. I think
it was a situation.
I think it would have been kind of shitty decorum to like toss it in their coffin for later.
Or, like, as we walked by that large group of other...
Right, like, here, sorry,
Yeah.
I took the key. Here you go.
Just be like, here you go, have fun, and then walk... No, that's... that...
Right, we'll mail that key back.
If she asks for it. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah,
But-
I'll write her another letter eventually. I need to go through this one now, and she kind of like drops the Duskbane letter on and opens up the scrolled one. I know exactly who this one's from.
And as you're going through that, Perrin's gonna come down by the time you finish reading it. And processing. Have you read the other one yet?
Oh yeah,
Okay, cool.
I was just opening
Alright.
it again myself for
Yeah.
personal reference.
So you head downstairs. Ratana's, for all intents and purposes, slumped on the edge of the big, massive circular bed in the middle of this room. Rax is on one of the sofas just beyond that, with Mirio lying on her side with her head in his lap. Ratana's reading a letter. No one's saying anything. You all see Perrin come downstairs without his armor on, basically gear just hooked in any way he could carry it.
Mm-hmm.
And as he steps out through the door shuts behind him. You hear the click of a lock, and then the curtains automatically drape over in front of it.
Rattan flicks her eyes up from the letter and goes, I'm gonna assume if you're downstairs and not dead, that you're okay.
Oh yeah, you'd be assuming right.
How badly do you want that axe back?
That they can stay up there.
Oh.
Also, Rattan, I'm not gonna take a no for an answer. Thank you. And I'll give you back your 90 gold. It was my problem. You shouldn't have to pay for my problem.
She looks like she's gonna say something and then just smiles, shakes her head, and accepts it. I'm glad that you're feeling better. And maybe I can cheer you up a little bit. Turns out your cheeky letter wasn't a total political disaster.
Oh, my one to Saran.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
He cut all of his ties with Duskbane. And has threatened to wipe them off the map and call them traitors and liars if they try to divulge the fact that he was holding Alexander by the short ones to make him do what he wanted. So, thanks for denying Saran the aid of Duskbane, I guess? But maybe don't make a habit of writing letters like that. I'm pretty sure Luce was not amused.
What's up, buddy?
Curious. Sorry.
You're good.
And this is for you. And she pulls out a letter.
Sorry, I
Okay.
DM'd him stuff. That's my bad. But yes,
No, it's okay.
I will give you a letter.
I'm going to walk over and kind of just put my armor down on the ground. I'll put that on later. I think having it off my shoulder might be good at the moment.
Well, it's probably going to be dinner time soon and then we're going to sleep, so I don't think you're going to need to be in armor while you're here.
What time is it?
That depends on if Crystal's here. Sorry, was that a bad joke? I apologize. Things she can do to a man. Oof.
Out of character, what
I'd
time
ask,
is
but
it?
we already...
I don't character what time is it. It's probably in like where you are time zone wise, it's probably like 3:34ish.
In the afternoon?
Yeah. So y'all are getting sleepy, but it's also like
Yeah.
almost dinner time, which is ace
Yeah.
here.
I would ask what Crystal can do, but, you know, we all lived through Osiris in the aftermath.
Rax is kind of like rubbing Miryu's shoulder, and he's like, "Well, I mean, before dinner, do you want to go pick up dessert?"
You mean cheesecake?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Alright. Fuck's sake. If you're doing your own thing, I'm getting a room and don't bother me.
we're getting dessert for after dinner. Like, that'll probably happen after you go to sleep, but that's beside the point. That's not even what we were talking about this time.
Yeah, we actually genuinely meant cheesecake.
Yeah. Would you like some?
Yes.
What kind would you like? Good choice. Perrin, would you like cheesecake?
Kind of engrossed in his letter. Yeah, I'll take some.
Anything
I can't believe I'm doing this.
specific? I see her typing in the corner of my eye. Anything specific, Perrin?
No, nothing specific. Any cheesecake would be fine.
Noted.
Make that.
we- 2? Alright, I understand. And, would you like me to ask Hannah to send up any of the, remaining elite team?
I'm good.
Not you.
What? You didn't specify a name, so how am I supposed to know who you're talking to?
I don't have to ask you if you want a member of the elite team to entertain you tonight.
Fair.
And she kind of like,
If Crystal's available.
Crystal isn't here.
Oh, that's right.
You have Chase, Ashley, and Stacy. I feel like maybe this is an after-letter conversation. Rex, let's go. Let's. Yeah. Am I still covered in gross? Should I get changed? Should I? Do I? And she like sniffs her armpit. Ooh, I smell awful. I am so sorry.
He
We
pats her
also-
on the shoulder and says, "Oh, we'll have a bath after dinner."
All right. She gets up and she dusts herself off, chucks her stuff to the side, and leaves with you to go get cheesecake.
Hell yeah!
Actual cheesecake.
Yes.
Actual cheesecake. You're in my
You really
cake,
think
I
they'd
know.
make euphemisms? Let's fucking say it out in front of you. I don't give a shit.
You know, they say it in front of you. You do know who these people are,
Yeah,
right?
That's true. That's true. That's true.
She'd literally go, "Hey, you want to get your dick wet?" Like, we have
Without
time.
missing a beat, Rax would be like, "All right, where are we going?"
I'm sorry.
You know, it's times like these that I'm grateful I have the classy life partner.
Really? Really? The filthy is whispered in your ear. You have no right to say that.
She does because it is whispered.
Exactly, they are sweet nothings.
To be fair, they're not whispered. It's just a term phrase. Anyway. Ugh.
This session has been derailed again.
Moncade, man! Ignorance is
Welcome
bliss!
on, Kate, on
Welcome to ignorance is bliss!
every fucking time.
I'm sorry, Rex. I will be with you shortly.
Gives me time to eat my food.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. I just cried so hard from laughing. I need to breathe. So, um, so you get downstairs
Mm-hmm.
into the bar, which is full-on bustle with the standard array of men and women scantily clad, as well as clientele.
Mm-hmm.
Hannah is behind the bar. Destiny's nowhere to be seen. Give me a second just to send this. The people of note that you see, you see a red-haired woman dressed quite significantly busty,
Mm-hmm.
dressed in sort of shades of Arabian blues and golds and whites. Um, you also see not that one. That's the wrong woman. You see another sort of darker skinned human female with dark hair dressed in sort of reds and blacks, again also Arabian themed, and then you see Chase. You can tell that they're the elites that have been left behind. They stand out, they have a presence to them.
Mm-hmm.
Hannah's Hannah, and Pedro is perched where he usually is at the bottom of the stairs, like a bouncer, arms crossed, shirtless. Um, and as Hannah sees you come down the stairs, she sort of gives you like, a polite wave. She's not surprised, but you're assuming maybe Destiny told her.
Yeah.
But she doesn't stop you. Miru also, gives the polite gesture and the big ol' happy smile.
As they're walking by, Pedro Rex is gonna be like, "Hey, Pedro," and then wave to Hannah as she waves at him.
You say, "Hey, Pedro," and he just kind of looks over his shoulder and just goes, Doesn't say anything.
He's working. He's being cool. I know. Rex knows.
Yeah. Yeah. And Miru slips her hand into yours. Leads you around the just onslaught of women who try to get your attention. She gives a few of them who get a little bit too handsy, like that "don't you fucking dare" look. And then they realize who she is because, she's not dressed in her usual attire that they saw her in.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's like, they're like, "Oh no." And then they immediately scarp her off somewhere, disappear behind some kind of velvet curtain.
Mm-hmm.
She leads you outside and then slips her arm into yours rather than
As
just
soon
taking
as
your
they
hand.
get outside, Rax is gonna be like,
Yeah.
"That's actually kind of hot. I'm not gonna lie."
What, the onslaught of women who want your attention, or me telling them to back off?
You telling them to back off with a look in there just nope.
They know who I am.
Doesn't mean it's not hot.
Well, I'm glad you enjoy it. And she pecks your cheek. And she's walking with you to where the cheesecake shop is. And, the people of Moncade are continuing to give you their reverence. They know you are technically heroes here.
Mm-hmm.
And you're, a couple of minutes after, and she sort of nudges you with her shoulder. She's like, "So, are we using my suite when we get back, or are we going to go back and be sociable?"
Well, I mean, we're getting cheesecake for everybody, but after dinner, yeah, that would be ideal.
I mean, we could leave it with Hannah, and she could actually serve it as dessert after dinner, so we don't have to deal with it. She can put it in some sort of cooler, refrigerated area so it doesn't melt. And we can just say we took a very, very long walk to enjoy the fresh air.
I am completely okay with that.
Perhaps you should learn to button up your shirt this time.
Nah, it's funnier if I don't.
Well, I mean, I left the shackles upstairs, but we can use them after dinner, I suppose.
I mean, technically I can turn invisible and go get them.
I kind of like that you're versed in the arcane. Not gonna lie. And she continues much and such down this line of conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Prodding you without prodding you. You know, like, she doesn't go into specifics, but she's gently hinting at all the things she's going to do to you. Just enough to be like a tease without actually being needy. You get there, you get cheesecake. She specifically gets lemon cheesecake for Perrin. And she gets herself chocolate, she gets her tan strawberry, she gets Lady strawberry, she gets you whatever the fuck you want.
He'd go chocolate too.
Yeah. And then she's like, yeah, the lemon one's like, and she looks at the tender and she's like, no offense. And they're like, taken. I don't like the lemon one. So, is this mean? Am I being mean?
He's getting
it's bitter
cheesecake
and sour,
after,
just like him.
After today, he's getting cheesecake, so he better be happy.
Yeah, it's like giving a dog a bone after it's shit in your front yard.
After properly scolding him, yeah.
And she's like, no, the back garden's yours. This is what the neighbors see, and I don't want them to step in shit when they walk over it. Anyway, I still feel like I should apologize. Do you think I should say sorry to Rutan?
For
Blowing up, being emotional.
no. If she has an issue with it, or if you feel extremely guilty about it, go for it.
Oh no, I wouldn't change how I acted. If anything, I would have finished the job.
I know. But if you don't feel guilty about it, and if she's got something she would like to talk to you about regarding that, then she will.
Yeah, next time don't eavesdrop, though.
I mean, realistically, I was woken up. I was already asleep.
I know. Just,
Don't fucking say bridal style again, alright?
I'm sorry, but it's true! If you think about it, the day that they get married, she's gonna be carried bridal style.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows however many other times. Seems to be like she's into it. Maybe she just has the fantasy of being a bride. Maybe that's her king.
Maybe she just likes being carried. With obvious, like, select company, I guess. Not just by anybody, by a specific person.
I'm not Al. I know what you're talking about. And by the way, that was really hard. Not to call her L in front of everyone else. I hate using her stage name. It's uncomfortable, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a reason I didn't once call you yours after.
I know.
Yeah.
We discussed that when you learned what my name actually was and then bit me. So...
I didn't hear you complain once about the bite.
I never said I was complaining. But, yeah, it seems that, a night's rest is gonna do the group good.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think I should get someone sent for Perrin?
He's a big boy. If he wants company, he'll find it. I have a feeling he... Well...
Really?
I have a mind of he should kind of just step off it for the night.
I don't think even if he did want it, he'd search for it.
Fair.
He is too scared to ask for a fork. Like... Come on, Rex.
I still wouldn't
Right,
send
Marcus.
anybody for him. He needs to either ask
Okay.
himself.
So should I lace his cake? Because we could get Viagra.
I'm gonna go with no.
Oh, come on.
Purely because he's had a rough day. Another time, the next time we're here and we get cheesecake, we're lacing it with Viagra. Like I'm fine with that.
Yeah, but like the fact that he's had a rough day, doesn't he deserve a reward?
Uh,
I mean, it won't be Crystal, but I think she would break him.
At the very least, his shoulder the rest of the way off.
Oh, I wish he was here. But yes. Putting a note for lacing his cake with Viagra. And yeah, she continues an idle conversation with you the rest of the way. If there's anything pressing you'd like to ask her, you're more than welcome to, but...
No. Did
she still has the key for her suite.
Okay. Did she say that she wanted to go do other stuff?
How do you mean?
Like, she said she wanted to go, like, shop for a few things,
like,
so...
She would take you past, like, a candy store and, like...
Yeah.
If you wanted to, she would indulge the idea of getting Richie a gift. Which we can discuss at a later date.
Yeah, we'll discuss it at a later date.
Have a shopping spree and then go for a quickie, we got it.
Yeah.
You will be probably about 15 to 20 minutes late to dinner. Just for your reference. How scruffy you wish to turn up is up to you.
Make it the 20 minutes and he'll actually make an effort to not be as bad as last time.
Yeah. Okay, fair. Fair. The conscious effort for both of them to look presentable.
Yeah. To make it be like, oh yeah, we just went shopping. That is everything we did. That is...
Yeah, cool. They will get to roll checks against deception if it comes up in conversation. Just so you are aware.
That's fine.
Okie dokie.
Should I...
Yeah, 20 minutes after dinner is served, Rex and Mirio turn up looking prim and proper, clean and tidy, ready for dinner. Hello. Good, I'm hungry. And she plops down in a chair and starts, like, shoveling food in her face with her hands.
Rax sits right next to her and says, "We got everyone cheesecake."
We did. We got everyone cheesecake. We left it to Hannah to serve it as dessert.
Mm-hmm.
They have a refrigerated area. She can keep
I
it cool
wasn't
so it doesn't melt.
questioning!
I am just clarifying. I felt like since we had to clarify we actually meant cheesecake, you'd want clarification that we actually did what we said we were going to do. And you have the standard spread of stuff, like a lot of like seafood, which is weird because usually you don't get seafood here, but you've also got like meats and cheeses and ham and breads and fruits and you name it. Everything but a tomato.
Good.
Halfway through a bite, Rax is like, "Oh yeah," and then he like finishes chewing, swallows, and he's like, "What'd your second letter say? And what'd yours say?" And he points over at Perrin.
Fucked. And she says that like half, like she has like her drink like halfway to her mouth and just jabs her thumb at him. Oh, he's fucked.
Miru chuckles into a mouthful of food.
Oh. Like,
Sorry, you said that like way too excited and I lost it. Rattan wouldn't.
Yeah, so mine was from Yuki. I mentioned her to you, my mentor.
yep.
Yeah, that magic lady back in, yeah. Mm-hmm.
The one who I'm supposed to be, you know, sending correspondence to for Saran.
About me.
Who hasn't heard anything since the first, you know, when we left Kakavian.
Ooh,
Like,
that's bad.
dude,
And she's like
that-
spraying food as she's talking.
Yeah, but not even to leave to go to, you know, heading this way. It was I sent those before we went to Kess's home.
Mhm.
So
It's
It's-
been a
it's
while.
been a while, and he's not happy. Not at all. She's not happy because she was the one, you know, who put my name in to go to Duskthane.
No.
So it's
She
under
put
her
your
name?
name in to protect Saran.
That, yeah. And if they don't hear anything, then they're most likely going to try to send someone to fetch me.
That was the exact word in the letter too. Fetch.
Mhm.
In quotes.
Yeah.
Picks up her glass, like I said. Fuck.
Yeah.
You guys got wine, I'm jealous.
Maybe if you'd been here on time.
We had
Like-
shops to go to. We got
I'm
cheesecake, we got
messing with you.
candy,
Who
we...
sent up the wine then?
Mhm. Maybe it was just a gesture of comfort from Hannah? Maybe it was Rupert or Evangeline. Sorry, okay. sorry, that was... No, they never. Maybe it was Destiny.
My second letter answered a lot of questions we had months ago and has alleviated a lot of the stress that I have been carrying these past couple of months.
Good.
Maybe you should let other people carry you more.
I'll take that under consideration. Anyway, as I open the letter and highlight it again so I can remember now that I've read like 4 other letters in the meantime, and I am blurring them all together. considering the fact that not fully my decision, but considering the fact that you let me read that, and well, I did almost take your arm off. And you've owned up responsibility for your problem. I'm gonna extend a little bit of trust and discuss a couple of things in front of you that I don't think are that aren't gonna bite me in the ass later.
Does this mean you're gonna be able to technically throw me a little further?
Miryu chokes on her food as he says that.
Oh, trust you as far as I can throw you. Gotcha.
There you go.
Gotcha. I mean, I could probably throw you pretty far. We can find out. Balcony's over there.
How much do the big wooden things that you threw weigh?
Oh, the cabers?
Yeah.
Those are pretty heavy.
Like, half a perrin, 1 perrin, 2 perrins, like...
Well, I mean, it's difficult to compare because the problem with throwing those is it's not necessarily the weight, it's the proportion, it's
So, like, 3/4 of a perrin?
Wither doesn't know.
Oh god. You don't know how much a caber weighs?
No!
Oh.
I'm not a routine caber tosser.
What weight system do you use? I can give you this no weight,
Not yours.
well, that doesn't limit it because we use multiple. So which would you like it in, like?
Pounds.
Would you like it in kilograms? Would you like it in? You would like it in pounds?
Kilograms to pounds.
You would like it in
using
pounds?
Google?
175 pounds.
Oh, okay, so probably like half a perrin.
Wow.
And that's the light ones.
Yeah. Probably like half a perrin.
So that would be like the festival weight.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm feeling comfortable discussing a couple of things in front of you that I don't think are going to bite me in the ass. I'll figure out what else I can tell you at a later time. Found out about the Aloric family. Remember them?
Yeah. Mechanical fuckers, right?
You know, I would say yes, but apparently we were wrong on that one.
Huh?
Wasn't the Aloric family that was doing it. It was a handful of, hey, I guess, people who defected from the city to go after their own personal wants and needs. And,
Hold up. What city? Woods, remember?
Clayum, yes? No, wait. I should know this.
I don't know if you ever got the name.
I didn't. You just said that I knew the family name. Do I know?
You can roll me a history check, and I will reach for my notebook.
Rattan's -1 cries out in agony.
And Karen, you can also roll me a history check.
Oh! Every now and then!
And get a little bit lonely. Sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Bear
Every now and then I get a little 5 months lonely.
with me. Okay.
Neat.
Hey. I rolled higher than her. What the heck? I accidentally did it to GM, but I I got one higher.
Oh.
Maybe she's gonna tell me more because I got one higher.
Maybe.
I'm so confused.
Rax wouldn't know, so I'm not even gonna attempt a roll.
I has a sad now. Getting a pop in.
Oh yeah. Ow. So for the game that I'm running for my friends at home, we one of the characters is a gladiator background. So I'm like, ah fuck, now I have to put fighting pits everywhere. And then I just asked everybody what their thoughts are on like either would they rather skip the fights and just do like 3 rolls to determine how he does, or should we just do like a full-fledged spectacle of it? And they all seem to want to do the full-fledged spectacle of it, so I'm like, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how other people would want to do it. Like, I was like 90% sure AJ, who's the gladiator, would want a full-fledged, like, whole thing. Hi.
Hi. Oh, now he's getting information vomit.
Yeah. He GM rolled his history check.
Oh, okay. Dinner's fun.
Yeah. Always a
We
fun
get
time.
Again.
Can I real quick go pee?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Cause I really need to pee.
Yeah, go.
I didn't
No,
want to
you
interrupt
can't
your
pee.
pee because you're all doing so well tonight.
No, you can't pee.
Weather, please. Please let me go pee.
Please go. Please go. Please go. I'm uncomfortable. My notes. This is how invested in this session I got. I got like that much written, which is like nothing.
Yeah.
And she just vomited information at me, and I did retain it. But I usually write it down as she's telling me that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
And I just couldn't because I'm like, wait, where in my notes do I put that? Because I haven't finished them yet. I'm not caught up yet.
Just do what I do and don't take notes.
Right, but...
Rattan makes mental notes of things. Rax does not.
Yes. Well, and again, that's like Rattan just like retains information, so I have to. And also, Wither just like I'm used to being the note taker in the group, so like I do it.
Rax doesn't, and he's just like, oh my god, I should probably remember this, but I'm not gonna.
Nope.
And like most of it, he says that, and then he doesn't, and then it's gone. But like other times, if he makes like a legitimate effort, then he does.
Right. It's like ADHD, where it's on like a needs basis. Is it interesting to me right now? No. Is it gonna challenge me? No. Is it something that I need to do right now? No. Okay, then I do not care.
Mm-hmm.
The minute I actually have to do it, then I will just bust my ass and get shit done in an hour.
Yeah. Exactly.
Or I will get so fucking distracted cleaning my office that I will spend 3 hours playing with things that I have found because this is boring.
Yeah, there's a reason
But
that it took me literally
my mom's
all day
coming
to
to
pack
visit.
up my
I
stuff to
cleaned
move.
my whole house in 2 days. I knew she was coming for months. I waited until the 2 days before she arrived to actually get it clean.
As is tradition.
As is tradition. So it is written, so shall it be done.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, and now you can actually hear us say welcome back.
Yes.
I heard you before.
Okay.
But thank you.
So, am I good? Okay. The Lorik family is out of a city called Uvlutan, which is a split off from Yita, where Osiris is from. Osiris' city, they wanted to advance society, technology, and, well, the people who went off to Uvlutan didn't. They wanted to create a society. And there were a few that... Uvlutan was involved in research into making Warforged. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Assume I'm not.
Like the beasts that we fought in the past,
Yeah.
but humanoid.
His face does that, like, oh.
And I know that at one point they were dealing with Siath and had been contracted to work on Warforged, but I don't think anything became of that. The Warforged did leave, and there's a city of them somewhere in the Western continent. I don't know where. But there were a few that were a little upset with laws in Uvlutan, and that's actually probably who's been doing the attacking. But the point is, it wasn't actually the Aloric family that was doing it, and my king has sent troops to help the Aloric family deal with that situation.
That's what I needed to hear. Cool.
So that will be dealt with. I mean, you asked, so sorry for the history lesson vomit. Usually I don't remember things like that.
I don't even know it to begin with, so you're one up on me.
So there's that.
What else? What else was in that?
Out of
More
character,
goodness?
the voice in my head is fucking with me, so hang on. What else was in there? By... No.
At that point, Miria looks at Rax and gives like a and she's got like a mouthful of food. She looks like she's questioning him. And then also, you start to smell a very familiar smell of charcoal and kindling. And as a breeze brushes through the curtains that separate the room from the balcony, You see in all of his glory a very handsome, very well dressed gentleman with ashen hair, pale skin, beautiful eyes. And as he pushes through the curtains, he pushes through his hair with his fingers. He's like, well, since the invite has been officially extended, I suppose I can join you for dinner, if that's not a problem.
Never a problem, as far as I'm concerned.
I'd hate to make anyone in the group uncomfortable. And then he struts over the way that he does, pecks her tan on the cheek, takes his place next to her. And carry on, don't stop on my account.
Scary
Solaris
metal
is-
beings from the...
Right, scary. Well,
Yeah.
they're technically people.
I was talking about the monsters, not the people.
Right, those
The
are being-
people,
those are
they're
being dealt with. They're being. That's all being dealt with.
sure, yeah.
Apparently, my commanding officer, Solar, she's back home. So that's weight off my shoulders. Both kings have agreed to attend the spring ball.
You see Lanier smirk.
Yeah, she's not making eye contact. They're deliberately not looking at him when she says that.
When's that again? Like, time frame now?
Yeah, about that. That is, scrolls down to the bottom. On the day after the second full moon of the new year?
Rex,
Rax
you
is...
can roll me an
Nope.
advantage nature check.
Nope. He
If
is
you want
looking
to.
at you directly, just blinking, like, with the stupid face of what?
The day after the second full moon of the new year.
Which is in 2 weeks.
That's the answer I was looking for. Alright.
God, I thought you knew that.
Somehow I didn't realize it was that close.
It's quite a long way away, actually. Which means I have a lot of time on my hands.
Rax
You know,
realizes what he's talking about now. Or has a guess as what he's talking about now.
We should pay a visit to a dear friend of ours.
I'm in for that. I got something for him, and he, like, Rax pulls out this really fancy looking cloak.
So you have gifts for Freddie and Elliot, but not Richie. Interesting.
You're not helping.
What? I got interrupted earlier. Of course I'm frustrated.
Ha! Yeah, I'd feel better
She,
about
like-
getting something from the ocean rather than a crypt for Richie, though.
Right.
That's the excuse I'm going with.
Have fun to your heart's content, I guess.
Is that later or later? Max is saying both. I mean, I'll take pleasure in both of them. Oh, I know.
Takes a very big drink. I don't remember where I was.
Aaron,
Okay, don't just sit there and let me drown. Someone throw me a lifeline here. Where was I?
I'm going
Letters.
to be honest, that's not what I was paying attention to. I was going to ask if Perrin felt singled out third wheel, if he'd like
Fifth wheel?
to request presents, just so he doesn't feel so alone at the table.
Hey, dear.
What? He's a gentleman. He's allowed to have a plus. Speaking of plus ones, Perrin, are you taking a +1 to the spring ball? Provided you get that far.
Hey, dear.
There is a fair point.
I hadn't thought of it yet.
Okay, so if you could take a +1, who would you take?
Rattan has her glass like halfway to her mouth and just says, "Purple."
Miryu is trying desperately not to laugh. You don't have to be shy. Even if you think I don't know them.
I mean, I don't even think it would. I'd only ever talked with them once. And
So there is someone.
Rattan is giving Leodir like the most like, oh my god, we're gonna get gossip look. Like she is suddenly so fucking excited about this.
Yeah, like Miryu is, instead of slouching, shoving food in her face, she's like sitting up and she's stopped
Yeah,
eating.
she's like turned in her chair and is like slightly leaning back against him and is like,
yeah, I only ever talked with them once, and I stumbled over my words trying to even speak to them.
Hmm.
okay.
Continue. That's not enough for me. You should know this by now.
But considering that, so it's 2 weeks away, and how far away they are would probably be a bit too much of a distance for anything.
Humor
Or-
us.
There's a certain tiefling in Kacabian.
Fucking Quill?
Language return.
Sorry.
Have you seen her work, Turforge?
Oh, he's cute.
Seen the glaive that's on my back?
Well, yes. I'm just saying.
Hey.
Oh, that's awkward.
Why is that awkward?
You remember what that, any gestures to your glaive, was made for? Ooh, that's awkward. Good luck, buddy. I wish you all the best in your romantic
I'm
endeavors.
assuming that you are oblivious. Levfira was originally made for the champion of Cleom.
Yeah.
Violet Tongue didn't want it because it's not a sword. That and the whole you're not from Cleom thing.
Open
That is
back there,
adorable,
because
though.
I have a.
Uh-oh.
I got
My
Robot
Discord's
Ghost.
going to hell. Did we lose him completely?
Did he leave and come back?
I don't know.
I mean, he's frozen on roll 20 for me.
I know,
so-
that's what I'm saying. Did we lose him completely?
Oh, gotcha.
I said to him before the stream, but while you guys were setting up a stream, I was like, "What's the fucking bets? We have tech issues tonight."
Every time.
Oh boy.
Every time.
Mhm.
Yeah. Just when we were getting to the gossip.
I know! We just got to the tea! Oh, and it was so natural and it was so good!
That was from fucking left field too. I was not expecting it.
Right? Quill? It's adorable.
Stop quoting me. It is so hard trying to be a lady knowing that Minnie
Yeah.
is losing her
Yeah.
shit.
Rax was. It took a lot for Rax not to just be like Do you mean a literal forge, right?
Oh man. The
I wish you
euphemisms.
Mm-hmm.
all the best on your romantic endeavors.
Mm-hmm.
Was that Miryu or Ratan or
Lady.
Lady?
Lady, if Mario talks, she is literally going to die of laughter.
Yeah.
And I feel like it would be put more along the lines of good fucking luck.
Yeah, she wouldn't be as eloquent.
Yeah.
No. No. My dog is fucking pissed.
Sorry, honey, but your balls were left bluer than Osiris. Mario's been on fire, excuse the pun.
No, she has been.
She's been something else.
Also, fuck you for what my DMs have been.
I'm sorry!
I'm trying so hard.
Yo, you said, I miss him! You got him back!
I forgot how hard it is to keep a straight face when he's like that.
You get him back and you're like, fuck you, I'm sorry.
No. I'm very happy, but also, what the fuck?
I think you were gonna say fuck you for the letters you got.
No, I'm okay with those.
Hello?
There he
Hello?
is.
Hi.
Welcome home.
I have to reload my
That's
roll
funny.
slot.
Okay.
Being weird.
That's fine.
That's
Mhm.
Like all of a sudden, everything on my computer also was just like network
yeah,
error.
you like
I'm
totally
uh-oh.
shit the bed.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm so happy now. I can continue. But where did we leave off with that?
I don't remember. I was saying
Have
something, I
you
can't
seen the
remember
way
now.
she works a forge and then
Right.
I was
Right.
past that. It was
Yeah,
past
and
that.
then it was later was like, I wish you all the best of luck in your romantic endeavors, and then it was describing why Elefira was made
Yep. Yep.
and asking if he knew.
Yep.
Mm.
So.
There we go. So I was... Oh, I remember what I was trying to say. I was saying I know that I have a weapon that has been a bit overdue for me to pick up from her. So
Wait, you left a weapon with Quill the last time we were in.
Have you-
Aaron, that was 5 months ago.
have you noticed that any gestures to where his warhammer would have been?
Yes, I have noticed.
And that's the reason why I was using the quarterstaff.
Rax is no
5
longer listening to you.
months.
He's staring off into space like, 5 months? What the fuck?
What, did you not realize it had been that long?
No!
It's been 5 months. It's been a long 5 months.
To extend
to
the
be
graces
fair-
from earlier, Happy New Year! That's Miri.
To be fair,
Oh,
I didn't know
Happy
that we
New
would be
Year,
gone
Ryu.
this long from Kabian, so
Yeah. Good luck.
Wait, hold on. And this is Miri. You left your weapon in Kabion because you wanted to go back and potentially get laid by the person fixing it for you? Am I understanding this correctly?
Dan actually, busts out laughing.
no, I went there because I wanted something that with a little more oomph, so I wouldn't have to.
Yeah,
been
you did.
using-
Sorry. Carry on.
And that's where
Dan
Rax
Dan
loses
does
it.
that.
So I wouldn't have to
Lady is
borrow
the only one
quarterstaff
keeping his
from
composure.
Rax anymore. 'Cause I didn't have anything in my current
Arsenal.
equipment that could have done.
sorry.
It couldn't have done as much as that would have done. So,
Okay, so whew. You're from Cleom, right? And you asked someone in Kakavion to fix your weapon. You're from Cleom and you asked someone in Kakavion to fix your weapon, and now you want to bang them. Ooh.
I guess you could
I
say
mean,
it's
did
a
I say those
magical
exact
time.
words?
Sorry, I don't mean to laugh at your interests.
Oh.
Oh. That's definitely payback for you snooping on our conversation. Oh, well, I mean, okay. Pretend I'm her. What would you say to me? Like, you come into my forge, and I am working with sweat on my brow over a sword or something. And you're here to ask me to the spring whatever the fuck.
Spring ball.
That
Maryland.
thing. And scene.
I'm not doing this.
Oh.
Rex, now? Can I do what I said I was gonna do earlier? Please?
I don't think it would help the situation. Maybe wait till we're in Kikabian.
No, fine. And later, just the whole time it's been sitting with this big shit-eating grin on his face. None of you know where the wine glass in his hand came from?
In my mind, he just always has one, so when Rax, I'm sure, is just
Pretty
like...
much! Pretty much! It's accurate.
Like, that's probably how just Rax mentally sees him anyway, so he's like, yeah, normal.
And he just takes a sip from it. He's like, well, failing Quill, since she's so far away and otherwise out of your reach, someone closer to home, perhaps. I mean, everyone has a backup, right? What? What?
Closer to home, as in not really Cleon, but closer to where we currently are.
Yes.
Just to specify. Okay.
I mean, either or. Both, preferably.
I mean,
just
Cleon
for the
is
information.
pretty far away too right now, so.
Yeah, but if you think about it, since your king is technically going to be there, perhaps you could write a letter and be like, hey, so do you need an escort? And then you could be taken home and do your job and pick up a pretty little lady. Probably from a street corner.
Quiet here.
What? What?
It's actually her reaction.
And he's kind of like, for once, he's lost for words, and this is the first time ever that he hasn't known what to say next straight away. And he takes a minute to compose himself. He's like, I mean, since it's such short notice and all, it might just be the first pretty lady he sees walking down the street.
Nice recovery.
Thank you. I did think I was doing well. Sorry, is my line of questioning making you uncomfortable in a brothel, Perrin?
No. Like I said the first time I was in here, though, that was the first time I've ever been in one of these because I'd never needed to go in before when I was in Cleon.
Oh, so you do have a lady back home?
Not for a while. Only people currently back home that would matter right now would be my family.
That's illegal. Sorry. I tried so hard to keep my composure.
Oh,
Britannia actually just loses her shit and just puts her head down on the table and is just like full on like shoulder laughing.
Maybe you can't. She has to like stand up and walk away because she's wheezing.
She tries to sit up and she tries to say something. Oh, she gets like her hand like in his general area and is just like
You find like his thigh. I mean, with a line of questioning, considering that's where he went, what else am I supposed to assume?
this is both her and me right now.
Oh. I apologize if I have come off. What's the term you used, Ratan? Crass?
That's a word for it.
Indelicate? Blunt? To the point?
Hilarious.
So, on a serious note, do we have to make sure there's an invitation for +1? And this time I will let you answer my question.
I mean, I don't have anybody. So.
Well, that took a rather depressing turn.
Yeah, Ratandison like looks at him and is like, it was funny, and now it's just
Sad.
yeah.
Yeah. Perhaps while we're visiting Elliot, Perrin could take a visit somewhere else.
Got it.
Sorry. It's just as nice to be okay. Again.
Yes. Yes.
And I am indulging. I do apologize.
She's doing like the comforting like hand rub, like
Maybe was bent over a sofa somewhere. She's just like she's just like wheezing, she's like, yeah. She's like dying over in the corner. And she takes a long time to compose herself. Well, if it wasn't going to be Cancer Osiris, it had to be someone.
oh.
What?
Nothing. It's just interesting that we'll be going back in Castle.
I mean, he might
Not
be.
sure I know what to do in Marinalac.
I'd love to see him try.
Maybe one day.
I'm not sure I'd know what to do in Marinalac.
Oh,
Did
well,
I say that right?
That's a very good question.
I mean, it's a good thing that you have a local.
Max, have you ever spoken to a king before?
He just gives him a look of like, what do you think?
Mir comes back over
actually.
and sits down.
I don't think so. I mean, there's
Well, that's
Think or you
reassuring.
don't know?
fuzzy memories, but I don't think so.
Someone wearing a crown and only underpants does not work as a king in this regard. I'm sorry.
Right.
No, it probably wasn't that. Again, fuzzy.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure no.
What are you gonna say to the king? What's the first thing you're gonna do? I'm gonna be approached by.
Which king? Because there's gonna be 3 of them.
Very true point. You are approached by one of the 3 kings. What are you going to say to them?
Do they always wear crowns? Just for my own mental image.
In fact, none of them really do. I believe Alverdine tends to wear a circlet at formal occasions.
Rattan nods as if.
I've never seen the King of Sieth. Not very many people have, and the King of Cleom is a child, quite frankly, so maybe.
That's not derogatory either. He's literally like 17 now.
He's coming up for 18 actually.
Yeah.
I mean, if it
You
was
could
pointed
try.
out to me that they were a king beforehand,
Oh, believe me, you would
probably
know.
something less formal.
Okay, so pretend I'm a king. What, Mario gets to roleplay and I don't?
Not with the.
No, I am role playing. This is what I'm gonna do. Just
And if they ask you a question,
depends on the question.
how was your journey?
It's good. Up from desert, so it's hot for a while. How about yours?
It's trying so hard not to fuck this up.
he remains composed, and then you say, "How about yours?" Media loses it, and then he loses it.
And Rattan's just sitting there right next to him, just full on, body shaking, cackling into her hand.
Oh boy, you have a lot of work to do, Rattan.
What? Why do I have to do it alone?
Because if I do it, I'll teach them very, very terrible things to say.
Fair.
And you know for a fact that I would make
Yeah.
none of them bow wrong. Just for shits and giggles. So you bow like this.
No.
No.
If he tells you something, verify with me first.
Especially.
Please try not to make this more difficult for me than it already
What?
is going to be.
More difficult than turning up with a rather dashing gentleman who happens to be your fiance. That they didn't know about before you left. And that they've never seen before. I mean, other than Solaris, of course. She knows about me.
Met you.
No, but she knows that I exist, and then suddenly you roll up and say hi.
She's gonna figure that one out.
She's smart.
Wait, was I even invited to this thing?
You asked me that last time.
Did I? What was the answer
Do you not
last
wanna
time?
Go to the ball racks? Do you not want to go see Elliot and get fine clothes and be dashing at a ball?
I don't need a ball to just dress nice.
He's not wrong, you know. And that was made of you. My friend.
You
No.
don't have to go.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. What?
She said you don't have to go.
I'm more just concerned if I was actually invited. Or am I just like... Am I your entourage? If so, this is bullshit. I just want to point that out.
Why is it bullshit?
I want a fucking entourage.
Well, you're not the Angel of Frostbane.
Neither are you in your home city.
This is true.
Technically, you have a title, and
I
a
do.
regiment,
I do.
and a duty to your king.
For two
No, I
reasons. One,
do.
because you have a
There it
duty
is.
in the word duty.
Please refrain from laughing at jokes such as that in front of the king.
Yeah, that's a good rule number one.
Well, duh,
Also,
that's why I'm
apparently
getting
my-
it out now.
Apparently, my return is heavily anticipated.
So that means all of you will be under intense watch the entire time you're by her side. Are you ready for that? You know, an entire city fawning over the person you're with?
Okay, don't make.
Again, bullshit. Don't want to be part of the entourage. Want my own, damn it.
Well, maybe if you had a collective name, perhaps?
Oh, I've tried this. It doesn't work.
I'm gonna be honest, this is an in-the-moment thing for me.
Okay, so in this moment, what would you call your group?
Don't. This is how horrible things happen.
Rex?
I'm getting yelled
Perhaps
at
even
not to. So...
Karen? Who's more scary, Rutan or me?
I also don't have a really quick thing right now, so give me a sec. That's the main reason.
I see.
Oh, there's a little line in there about Albertine's gonna be personally introducing me to both the other kings.
Which means you all have to be on your best behavior. I am very excited to see what the King of Cleom is going to be like.
Apparently he's bringing
Ooh. I mean, I knew that. I just felt like the reaction was necessary.
I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Considering my last letter, that's gonna be fun.
Considering how long it's been since then.
Yeah.
Considering he's trying to overthrow the king he's arriving with? And all of you hate him. Well, I mean, I think you do, right? Perrin, you hate him?
I despise that man.
I mean, close enough. Whatever vocabulary fits.
Let's check in the letter again quick. Yeah. The Offense King was enthusiastic about the idea of the ball, but I mean, that makes sense considering that he doesn't know that someone's trying to overthrow him. Yeah, he's taking, according to the letter, his closest advisor and a selection of personal guards. So that'll be interesting. Probably means the Violet Tongue is going to be there as well.
That's what I wonder if that's his personal guard.
Well, it's a selection. He wouldn't just bring one.
Like the crypt, they had like one person was in the front and then like their entourage thing.
I don't remember how many the Violet Tongue has in his.
If I had to guess, there'd be
Four.
four
Four?
with them.
So it might be the
Yeah,
Violet
four.
Tongue and their regiment.
Yeah, I guess that's another way to put it.
And then
So does that make you Rattan's regiment or entourage?
a regiment.
True. I mean, you could be a knight, like, brought into it while you're at home. Officially put him through the training.
Never again.
Now that's a fun thought. What? You don't want to go through the paces like I had to?
No, I had about 10 years of that. I'm all set.
Oh. Spoil sport.
The idea of Raxon in armor wielding a glaive is somehow amusing to me. One
And
thing he'll
then-
never have in you is wings, though.
You don't know that.
Do you have wings since I last
You
was able
said
to say-
never. I don't know
Okay, so
yet.
how do you intend to get wings?
I don't know, but I'll figure it the fuck out, alright?
Just to be an asshole, Rattan's going to very slowly unfurl hers over the back of her chair and get comfortable. Oh, that's better.
No, it's not. That looks terribly uncomfortable.
Vader takes a hand and just rings it down like the outside edge, falling to the edge to the tip.
My wing?
Yeah, and no, the wing of Perrin next to him.
I'm just making sure.
No, he strokes peepers just for the shit of it. No, I'm kidding. He strokes your wing.
She like abruptly tenses and pulls her wing back. That is intimate.
I'm aware. Oh, what? Suddenly you don't want intimacy from me?
Oh, I thought it was Miryu. Sorry.
No, that's Landier.
Oh, no problem with that then.
Miriam's not. Miriam's just enjoying watching the conversation.
Okay. No, then she like almost like leans the wing into it.
The complete opposite. Miriam's not gonna touch your wing.
I don't know why I thought it was. I don't know why I heard.
I mean, I heard Miryu, but just context, I was like, that's probably Lady. I don't think she would do that.
Yeah.
Also,
why
I
I
think
was
we're
so
on the other side of the
confused.
table.
Yeah, you're opposite
That's,
each
why,
other.
that's the other reason I was confused. Yeah, no, she's totally fine with it.
Okay.
Probably a little bit too fine with it. Her eyes definitely flutter a couple of times.
He knows what he's doing.
Oh, I know he knows what he's doing. He's being a pest.
But anyway, I want to go home at some point. Figured I'd say it now,
Well,
since we're gonna be over there.
I did tell you that if we were able to do that, that I would go with. That's what
So maybe when I go there, I can get wings. I don't fucking know. I don't know how that shit works.
you do have wing envy.
I want wings. What do you want from me?
That was all I wanted to hear.
Perrin, if you had the option to have wings, would you get wings?
I mean, maybe, yeah.
It's normal to
Just
be able to
maybe.
want to fly.
You're Vanessa later. You're not wrong, Rex.
She looks at them.
Look. Now that the pleasantries are out of the way, I do believe there is a slightly less favorable topic to discuss. Perrin?
Oh. Wanna get out of the way?
I'd rather get it out of the way now and not have to deal with it later.
Fair.
He's already interrupted foreplay once. What? Sorry, let me rephrase that. He's already interrupted me,
Oh no! That's good. That's good. That's good. You can stop right there.
being present in your head, distracting you
You can stop.
lovingly. So, less favorable topic?
I
All right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sorry, give him a second. I think he's still reeling.
From the fact that there's two significant others at a table? Or that he is shitting his pants about being in the same room as Kay again.
And Saran.
Hmm.
And potentially
Well-
Violet Tongue.
Yeah. Oof. Gravity of the situation. What I'm referring to is the discussion you wish to have about a letter you wish to send home and how
Yep.
much information you can share.
Yep. I
So
wanna
what
know
exactly
between you
should I
two?
share?
Right.
What?
This is Leodir attempting to start that conversation with you, which requires reciprocation.
Rattan.
What?
Down girl.
so
What
you're-
specifically? Oh no,
Mhm.
carry on, Rex.
I was just saying. So we're just trying to pin down what information we're allowing them to have.
I'm trying to figure out something I can send to them to sate them for a bit, so they hopefully won't send someone to try to fetch me.
Which we
Well, I
don't
mean-
know.
Maybe they'll fetch you at the ball.
Very true.
So, what do you think would be enough information to remove the flames from under your butt?
So they wanted so the exact information they're wanting, I had already mentioned, like the powers that you wield, and also they have no clue about like your holy symbol or whatever.
He just looks at later and just goes, mm-mm.
They also wanted me to try to get information on your king and army. So,
Well, it seems we're in a bit of a difficult position.
yeah,
Wasn't what
that's
I
why I'm
expected
asking
this
you
evening.
what I could give them that wouldn't be bad
All
for
of it.
your side. But at
Well,
the same
he
time,
could,
might state them.
he could, at the very least, discuss your, not necessarily where you get your abilities from, but the things you are capable of. Because you are enough of a public figure to have a song written about you, I fear that perhaps giving nothing is
Right.
less than advantageous. So perhaps disclosing a select few of Ratan's skills would be fine.
Which do you suggest?
Nothing of great importance. I mean, healing capabilities, perhaps even, you know, your favored spell of choice, if you can call it that, for a broad sense of the term. In terms of her holy symbol, you can state what it looks like. That would be something. In terms of the king and the army, I would stick to you learned the king's name, surname only, and that you learned they tend to only get themselves involved where necessary to defend those who cannot. And then you state that she is very reserved in the information she shares with anyone, including those who are lovers to her. I know. Anything beyond that will be an issue.
Yeah. I can probably figure something out to write up and have you look over.
That would be appreciated.
Not
And
tonight.
no, I will not tell them that dinner was lovely. I will refrain from being sassy, for once in my life. I'm feeling generous. I'm in a good mood.
I'll take it.
Yes, you will. Are we clear? Anything else you'd like to ask me? Not necessarily relevant to that topic, but just in general.
Not about the letter, no.
So what is it about then?
That sounds like you have another question.
Not a question exactly.
I'm listening.
Probably would be better not to be discussed in public because of what it has to do with. Not with the group. Because of what it has to do with. The balcony would work fine.
And mildly put out.
I did say that if he didn't want me present, he could ask you, so I'm going to return the favor, my darling. Can I be excused? Mm-hmm. I'll be back soon. He taps your shoulder, gets up, straightens himself out, pecks your cheek. Like, gives like a gentle sort of head nod towards Rex and Miru. Miru, who has not stopped eating, just kind of like waves.
As soon as Rex realized it was like, oh, asking questions about, nope, he's eating too. So he's like, gives a kind of.
the two of them are hungry. And the lady breaks the curtains on the balcony and escorts Parrot outside.
Oh. Oh.
What?
I forgot how much fun he is. Like, I didn't, like, forget, but it's, like, it's one thing, like, watching the old VODs.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's another thing, like, having it back again.
Right.
Ooh. Ow. Got my fucking neck.
Oh, the cracking weird.
Well, when I pop my neck, it's, like, really, really deep.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, my OBS picks it up.
Ooh.
Because otherwise I cut out. But Discord, for whatever reason, I can have set properly. OBS just tells me to go fuck myself.
Yeah.
So, OBS picks up, like, all of my knuckle cracks, everything. And when I pop my neck, it's very loud to the point where, like, if I do it near my husband, he's like, what the fuck was that? Like, he worries I've seriously hurt myself.
Yeah.
Also, hello, chat. Sorry we haven't been responding. We are deep in the RPs.
Yeah.
Did you have somebody ask to play?
Yeah. Yeah, I think they
Approach?
left like hours ago.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure they left once they got told no.
Yeah.
Interesting approach. A for effort.
No, that is a C for effort at best.
I was gonna say I applaud the guts, but
That's why it's a C. Well, that and the smiley face of like, yeah, I'm happy. No.
yeah.
Sorry, no.
All right, yeah, no. No. Hmm? Hand is itchy, and I don't know if it's because I have dry skin or like a bite.
I think I got a bug bite on my shoulder.
Still no email. Yeah. Heard something in the hallway. My dog. So we give my dogs like elk antlers to chew on. And I heard something in the hallway and I looked out there and it's my big dog, Gypsy. She's out there just going, trying to reach it, but it's just out of reach and she keeps like spinning it across the entryway floor. So all I hear is it just going kink, kink, kink off the floor. She's trying so hard. She's just like,
Give me the thing.
the frustration is, and then she gets more frustrated. She does like the husky shove where it's like, She tries. She's a big dope, but I love her. She's the living embodiment of rattan intelligence. She's still doing it. I can still hear it. Oh boy. Hi, did you hear me making fun of you? Where you at, baby? Come over here. Come over here. hamster tail, she like bites the end of it and like pulls herself in a circle. I'm always worried that she's hurting herself.
She keeps doing it. I would assume that she's not.
I know, but it's also because you got that 9 intelligence. Yes, that 9 intelligence. I know what you want. You want me to back up. Yup. Hi, that's the microphone. You see the cameras? Hi. Yeah. The hater doesn't look happy.
Oh, Ghost's camera's actually back. I gotta refresh.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's not long before Ladier comes back in first, and there's a smirk on his face. And he walks back and sits down. He does the like drag over your wing as he's following it around, and then sits down.
She definitely does like a whole body shudder whether she wants to or not.
Baron comes back out and sits down at the table again.
Clearly nothing. We had a man-to-man talk.
Rex is still eating.
Miria by this point is finished, and she kind of looks at the door and she's like, should I pull the rope for dessert? Or like, do I have to wait and be polite?
Talk to you later.
Who looks between you and her and is like, well, I'm here for the cheesecake, honestly.
Rex swallows what he was chewing. Understandably, it's good.
Yeah, I know. We won here together. Great day out. The fountain is beautiful. She gets up, she pushes her chair away from the table. She does that thing where it scratches on the floor. She doesn't care. Yeah, she doesn't care. Goes over, pulls the rope, and comes back. Like, puts a hand on Rex's head and just like pushes him down a little bit, just for being a shit that she is. And then sits down in the seat next to him.
Serious question though.
Mm-hmm.
What would you do in a city?
What do you mean?
What would you do?
Me?
All of you.
What is there to do in
depends on the
this
city.
Yeah.
Well, not. Oh, you mean. Well, there's a lot. There's a lot to do in Marillac.
Pub,
Depends on what you
food,
want.
weapons.
Skip the weapons, but magic shop. I mean, same thing.
Bed.
That's a thing. Couple of pubs that I think you'll like. And she points at Miriu.
Alright.
There's one that you, okay, so there's I believe it's Sirens, right? That's one that I'm thinking of.
I mean, I don't know. I gave you a list. Saying a name.
I know, but that was also like forever ago and it's lost somewhere in our DMs. Because we didn't think it was gonna come up this soon. There's a bar that you don't start at. It's the bar you end at.
Oh, those are my favorites.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So
But like,
if
is
we
it
have
you
time-
intentionally end there, or you just kind of like mentally come to and you're like, oh shit, here I am?
It is Sirens that you're talking about.
Yes! I think it depends on the person. It's I've definitely had to go and wake people up at Sirens and drag them to drills hungover.
Sirens is the perfect place to go. We can get sloppy drunk. I'm excited.
In.
Who is saying this?
Minnie!
Okay, I'm so confused now.
And then, I'm sorry, I'm trying!
I know, it's not your fault. So, if we have time, I can make sure that we have a tour of the pubs in Marinalag.
You're telling me we can go for a pub crawl?
Rax, like, puts his elbows on the table and he's like, no, we will make time. This is happening.
I will make time with your ex. You and I will go. Even if she's busy doing army stuff. You know what? We can do it multiple times. We can go with her too. Oh my god.
That sounds like my kind of time. I'm in.
Weekend pub crawl. Just like the whole weekend. We are not sober. We're not sober Friday till Monday.
You should probably be sober for the...
Yeah.
Why do we have to meet a...
I'm sorry that you know me.
I guess it's alright. Oh.
Friday till Monday.
Huh?
Then it's Mary who's going Friday till Monday.
I do know that I'm going to have to go give a full report to Solaris when I get back. So, I suppose you're left to your own devices while I'm away.
Are you sure?
I ask that you don't do anything that's going to get me in too much trouble.
Oh, I won't get you in trouble.
Too much. Alright. That's the bar. Got it.
Also, no fireworks in the city?
That would probably be on the lower end of the trouble spectrum, so...
Right.
Don't shoot them at people. Right?
Yes.
Got it.
See how good their dodging skills are? How to clear a street.
Maybe I shouldn't take them with.
He sort of shrugs. Where's a good place for, like, hangover breakfast?
If it's not Sirens, then I don't know.
Uh,
Usually, those places give you, like, really greasy garbage breakfast, but it's perfect for a hangover. No?
I'm checking through my stuff because I don't remember if we talked about that.
We didn't, because whether or not Rattan would have been to one of those
Right.
places.
Right. That's not really her thing. I'm trying to remember like what her favorite place was though. That's what I'm looking for in my DMs.
I mean, if you search Sirens, you get to the conversation.
No. That's what I'm doing it.
Is Rattan just trying to, like, fish for a place in her memory?
Yeah.
Rax is gonna lean over to Miriam and be like, we'll talk to the regular soldiers that she would pick up from Sirens.
I'm not sure we're going to be able to speak to the King's army. Considering, you know, there's a big event happening in the city.
You realize you're probably gonna run into a couple of them anyway.
Is that with or without you? Because I feel like the experience is going to be different when we're tourists versus when we're your,
Oh,
entourage?
Yeah, with me, it's gonna be very different.
So, the people who look sheepish when she's around as opposed to just, like, standard soldier, remember them
Good
and we'll
ones to
talk to them
ask.
after, yeah.
Yeah. But isn't... No
Well,
offense.
there's Kraken's Nest. They have really good seafood.
Seafood after Bender? Yeah, we could have that.
There's High Tide. That's more of a sailor place.
This could be fun too.
My personal favorite is Jolly Rogers, but
Okay.
it's a smaller, quieter spot where I like to play cards.
Do you come from a nation of pirates?
It's a coastal city.
Later speaks up with high tourism.
Okay.
It's the only coastal city on any part of the continent that isn't south.
I like to play cards there.
It's pretty good. There is an initiation for the card.
Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it.
Yes, ma'am.
But there's a couple. You know what? I'm not even gonna tell you their names anymore because now you're just gonna make more pirate jokes.
She's catching on.
Unfortunate. She's usually a lot slower. That was Miru. For
Okay.
clarification.
Yeah, I figured that was
Okay,
Muriel.
someone was gonna get a play slap.
No, that was Miru. What? This coming from the woman who thought cheesecake meant sex.
From the two people that would just say it outright.
You know she's gonna get judged.
You have no idea what the expression on his face is saying because you're not looking at him.
Oh.
Rex, you can see that he is sipping wine and trying not to laugh. Perrin, you can see this too. It's not long after that that cheesecake is brought up with tiny little dessert forks.
It was an honest mistake, okay?
Perrin, you have a lemon cheesecake. Rattan and Lady both get strawberry. Rex and Miri both have chocolate cheesecake. Fucking great. Oh boy.
This has been overdue.
Yeah. That's Miri. Who kicks her feet up on the table and takes the plate into her house.
She's like bracing it like here.
Yeah, she's like sitting like full on like feet up, legs back, like ankles crossed, and is just sitting eating it.
Yup. Like half balancing the plate on her chest.
Oh yeah, for sure. She has a big enough rack to do it.
Right.
She's a very attractive woman.
Never said she wasn't. Britannia's enjoying her cheesecake with her feet on the ground.
Peeper's just gonna fly over and steal your strawberry.
Oh.
And then she lands up above like the ring for the curtains on the bed and just eats it. Hoots down at you.
She's giving her like the. I'll remember that. So you want to go home?
Yeah.
Figure out what to do about you. Points at Perrin. But I guess we're going back to the Bluffs tomorrow morning?
It makes sense.
Morning.
said morning.
Maybe. But there's a nod from Lady. It's as if he's in agreement.
Mood.
Yeah.
It's the nod of,
Uh-huh.
I mean, I really don't want to be on Evangeline's shit list.
I have a feeling we're kind of towing the line, so yeah.
Yeah.
Best to get our toes away from the line on that one.
Yeah.
Well, considering you had Destiny use her very, very limited special arcane means in case of emergency to get you back here, yeah, she's probably not very happy with you.
Okay, but it was that and she just kind of waves her fork in Perrin's direction.
I mean, did you have to puke everywhere?
She's got like a mouthful of cheesecake and she's like,
For the record,
okay
there
about
has
the
been
puke
people
rattan.
getting in.
huh?
It's okay about the puke rattan. It happens to everyone, just not us.
Oh.
Don't.
Leodir keeps his Leodir has straight composure. Miryu, however, is like the hand that was holding her fork is now down below the table's view,
Not again!
gripping onto Rax's thigh to try and stop herself from laughing.
Okay. You did that on purpose.
Yeah. You hear the slap as it hits his thigh. Dropping her fork
Rattan
in
just
his
like
mouth.
narrows her eyes at you, Perrin, and then very childishly kicks the leg of your chair. I've been teleported before. Oh! Speaking of teleportation, this might be relevant, considering the spring ball's in 2 weeks, and it's gonna take us longer than 2 weeks to travel there.
Mm-hmm.
I need to find somewhere safe to put this, and she wiggles the letter.
I have an idea. Miryu pipes up.
Hmm.
She tugs on the front of her shirt and looks down.
Yeah, could.
And that's where I keep things safe.
This just can't get damaged at all.
Okay, no, don't do that, because boob sweat is a thing.
It definitely is.
Alright, so it goes like this, and then he's like, and also we're gonna be kind of underwater
In the water.
tomorrow. So maybe
So I
the
need to find somewhere
bag?
safe to.
bag that
I don't.
you don't want it to be touched by our grave robbing
Right,
gold?
but I don't know how. There was something about not putting interdimensional spaces in interdimensional spaces, and I don't
What?
know if that's gonna react badly.
Is that a...
This will allow me to teleport myself and 4 others straight to the gates of Marinalak.
So Perrin isn't getting a +1. Sorry.
Who was that?
Miryu!
Rattan just goes,
I'm sorry.
sure, we can find him someone in Marinalak, maybe.
Leodir snorts a little bit.
You
there aren't
suggest what I think you're suggesting.
many tieflings there.
She starts laughing all over again. Even fewer that are blacksmiths.
I don't think there are any. Sorry, Perrin.
But if this gets damaged at all, even a single rip, it doesn't work anymore.
I have a suggestion. This is Leodir. I could take it. Always. And then he shoves it down the front of his shirt. It disappears. You have no idea where it goes. There's not even a lump in his shirt to show where it is. He's putting it down, and after it reaches like where the V of his
Where it
ghillie
should
shirt,
be, it's just gone.
it just goes.
Like, she just starts like laughing and shaking her head, and she's like,
What? I am a very skilled individual.
I'm aware.
I have to show off sometimes. Yeah, you're right. He pushes his hair out of his face. What? If you're blessed with gifts, why not use them? Mine aren't God-given.
Neither am I.
I'd be worried if they were. And on that note, we will call session there, and we will pick up next week.
Yeah.
The next morning.
Yay!
So, I do believe we'll have a couple of DMs to deal with. Oh, monkey DMs.
Monkey DMs!
My sanity!
Monkey DMs!
So, if there is anything pressing that you have to address before
Oh,
next
there's
Sunday,
something pressing, alright.
and that goes for all of you, not just those who have the current significant others in the room. Please slip into my DMs.
Oh my god.
That choice of
face
words
hurts
was
so bad.
on purpose, wasn't
Of
it?
course it was! You realize I have been playing Miriam and Ladier
And
side
Ladier
by
all
side
night.
all night! There is no escaping this now.
Nope. He's back, and it is gonna be like this for a while now.
My life is pain.
Oh, he back.
Oh, the two of them in a room is difficult. I was gonna say hard, but I chose not to. Oof.
What the fuck did he say that had Landry or that had Miru losing her shit?
That's illegal.
Right.
I am so sorry, Ghost. I am so sorry.
You don't have to
I
be
love
sorry.
him so much.
Ugh. Y'all are getting a weird kind of downtime because Perrin got cursed.
Oh.
That count as a spit take?
I mean, kind of. I was gonna lay into your voice, tell you to swallow, but then I saw you struggling with your lid, and I felt bad. That's what she said. I'm sorry.
The first woman you can find on a street corner.
I'm really sorry for crying laughing during the session with Rutan and Perrin. Yes, that's 5 more.
My limit was 10. It was 15. Yeah, it was. That's 5.
Oh god.
Oh,
I
that
was like
so
actually
good.
crying, yeah.
No, and then I was okay until I saw you out of the corner of my eye. And then I was fucked. And then Ghost was fucked. And then we just kept riling each other back up.
Oh god. Shit.
I had to stop looking
yeah.
at Sum's camera at one point because we just kept making each other laugh. Oh man.
Oh god. Oh.
Welcome back to Organized Chaos, everybody.
Welcome back to Lady. Oh.
Welcome back, Ladir.
Yeah.
Uh,
He do be something though.
that triumphant return.
My god, there's so much that I have to go through and clip.
Oh my god. Way too much for tonight.
Mm-hmm. Oh god. Well, good session tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I did not think I had the energy for that. I did not expect Lady to come out today. That was a thing that I wasn't prepared for. But you know.
Considering my DMs for the last 2 hours of the game, I don't know how you can say that.
To be fair, he wasn't awful.
He has been worse.
He most certainly has.
I would not call it tame by any means.
So I literally just got a retweet from the bot account
Wow.
Peeper the Goblin. And every time I see it, I laugh because all I think is peepers.
Peepers ate my fucking strawberry.
She ate your fucking strawberry.
She ate my fucking strawberry. It's like the best part.
I know! She knows!
Why? Why does Peepers hate me? What did I do?
She hated you, all she did was eat your strawberry.
That's like declaring World War III. It's like kicking somebody out of the family. Eat a woman's strawberry off her strawberry cheesecake? For fuck's sake.
I feel like that isn't the first time she's done that.
In general, or
I
to
mean, this is
retain?
only the first. This
In
is only
general.
the first time I've had cheesecake
Probably
in
not
front
the
of
first
her.
time.
Oh, boy. What was really funny was they expected Peepers to go with you when you went out shopping. She didn't. They were sitting talking about her in the room, and I was like, yeah, she's
No,
there.
I was
It was-
not.
There was only one thing. We weren't
It was
talking
him.
about. Yeah, and it was me.
I will not be lumped into that.
Yeah.
Which was also great. Fucking Jesus.
I just read the second to last message I got. Which was so fucking accurate.
Yeah.
And the
Man.
last
We have fun here.
we do. That's why that was the one where I said that the voice in my head was fucking with me.
Yeah.
I couldn't. How was I supposed to RP after that?
With grace and finesse.
Oh, I've got it.
He knows. I think part of me really wants a commission of Miri with her feet on the table eating cheesecake.
Yes.
Like, I really want it.
I mean, if you're willing to do the Lady commission that we talked about, then we have to have Miryu cheesecake commission.
Wait, which one? Oh!
Supermassive black hole.
It took me a minute and I was like, we're getting a... Oh, not that one.
No, supermassive black hole.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, sweet Jesus.
Also, I love the fact that he's like, I can take it.
Yeah. I was sitting here, I was like, yeah, no, he would.
Just-
You have no idea where it is.
I have no idea where that went.
The two of them in a room is I'm exhausted.
I bet.
I'm exhausted.
I'm like, I mean, I was exhausted before we started, but now I'm just
Right. Oh man.
like, fucking
That's
hurt.
illegal, you know.
It's like, that's illegal.
That was like a weird turn in that conversation.
It's like, the only people back home that are important are my family. That's illegal.
No, because it was like, I haven't had a woman back home in a long time, and then it was,
Yeah.
well, the only people back home are my family, and it was just like,
Yeah. Those two are
I
so.
saw where you were going with that, but that was
No.
too sharp a left turn for some of us.
Yeah, those two in a room, like, they're so raw, but in different ways. Like, there's the elegance, and then there's just this straight up smut. Like, they're both filthy, but one does it with grace. And the other one
Yuri
sprays
does
for
it with
the...
the grace of a pregnant buffalo.
Yeah. She's something. For the record, someone was in the time that Rax and Miriam were away to clean up the puke on the carpet.
Good.
Just in case you were wondering.
I mean, I hope that we weren't eating dinner with, like, Rattan's puke as the backdrop.
I was gonna say, when you were mentioning, like, throwing up after teleporting, Rax would have looked to see if someone cleaned it up. But I figured it was like, this is a bad time to bring that up.
Oh my god, like, the fucking realization that she got teleported in wearing her mask.
That was fucking priceless.
Like, it hit me like a second later, I was like, no! This is the moment I've been dreading the whole campaign.
Oh boy. Yeah, tonight was something.
Tonight was a roller coaster.
It's not entirely what I expected, but I'm totally okay with it. The entire conversation Mirio had with Rex when they went for cheesecake was...
Something.
That was
worst
awesome.
part is, any of my conversations were happening fucking simultaneously.
Yeah, that's the
Dan was trying so hard to pay attention, she really was.
that's the price of Leia, dear. I can't. You want him to stop?
He asked me, what was my answer?
Exactly. And so, yeah.
Rattan is a glutton for punishment. She's a slight masochist.
So is Miri.
I can stop. No, don't. Okay, you asked for it.
Quite literally.
Oh, believe you.
I think I'm really sorry for laughing as hard as I did at fucking Quill.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That is not what I expected.
I've only had one interaction. Who the fuck have you had one interaction?
I know, like, I just started rifling through all of them. And then I thought maybe it was, like, one of the other people here.
Yeah, and
I
I
mean-
was like, there's time that we weren't together.
Right. Right. And then for, like, a weird split second, I thought he was talking about Freddy.
No, it couldn't be though, because him I've spoken to twice, so.
I don't know that. Thank you
I
for
know.
informing me now.
But Rax would know that. Because he went with me the first
Can
time
confirm. Yep.
Fucking Freddy. Poor Freddy.
What do you mean, poor Freddy? He's getting a present.
You realize all the other shit you've put him through?
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to be friends.
I know.
Rax,
Is that my fault that I'm literally that meme where it's like, on bent knee, with Osiris the whole beginning of the campaign.
Like, after your whole thing's done, Rex is gonna be like, okay, now move. And he's gonna, like, bring his notebook over and be like, Freddy, these are cool!
Your friends with their chair, that's great, look at this!
I'll make friendship bracelets later. Look at this.
Look!
Look at all those chickens.
Look at all these chickens! Oh my god.
Jesus. Yeah, tonight was something.
I know I'm biased, but my favorite part of all these sessions is always mealtime with Leodir. Every time.
It's a good time.
Every time.
Leodir got tea.
Yes, he did. He's happy.
I mean, happy is one word for how he's feeling right now. Oh boy.
I'm in danger.
Are you? I think that furniture is in more danger than you are. I broke with her. I'm sorry.
My face hurts so bad.
It's a good thing. It's a very good thing. Excuse me.
Are you the table? Because I'd like to bang something off of you right now.
He has more class than that. You're eating dinner.
That is true.
Miri, on the other hand.
Miri, on the other hand.
If she didn't think it would upset 3 other people there, she would have. Rude! She is a master of disaster. And she's also scary.
I was actually thrilled that I got to actually roleplay Ratan's Team Rocket Energy tonight. I have not gotten to do that yet. To date, I have not gotten to do it. And just gossip.
Yeah.
She was so fucking there for that.
Oh, boy. I am a very tired DM.
Understandably so.
I want you to know.
Uh-huh.
I showed them already. It is not improved. I took fuck all for notes.
My notebook is closed.
Well, you got a week to watch it.
Yeah, uh-huh. I did the date earlier? I always date and title it before a session. You know what's really funny is I closed this when we were on our break.
You got
And
a
I was
break
like-
and you were like, fuck it.
I was like, fuck it, there's no notes happening.
You knew, like so normally my notebook sits like at a writing angle for me to just like pick up my pen and go. It was turned completely sideways with the pen on top of it.
Yeah,
nope.
My pen is over next to where the candy I've been eating is, and my notebook is usually like like lower below my keyboard, so it's like right in front of me with my dice off to the side, and I usually roll my dice onto my notebook. And my mouse mat became my dice block today. Because I closed my book and put it
I'm
to
just
one
like
side.
really winded from laughter, and that's like the best kind of winded.
Yeah. I
My
laughed so hard
one
I
eye
cried.
has like my one eye has not stopped running the whole night. Like I've just been laughing so hard that it has not stopped.
I cried twice tonight. One was laughter.
Yeah, I was what
The emotional spectrum I have gone through, Jesus Christ.
the what was the one where Sam and I were just completely losing our shit? That was the one where I was actually like full on crying down my face. Whatever that one was.
There was a lot of those tonight. There were
Some
a
and I are
lot
the
of
idiot
those.
siblings that can't look at each other when they're getting scolded by their parents. Because one will inevitably go,
Glad I can still make you all laugh like that.
hey, I got a lot of fucking good news tonight. I'm okay. I was just sitting here with some reading them and I just had my hand around it and I just went, oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking
I
god.
was watching you react to them while I was trying to RP with Ghost, and I was like, this is really fucking difficult because you were going between and
yeah, like Velociraptor happy and just like
yeah. And I was like, I'm pretty sure I thought you were going to read them in the order that you did.
I was actually so fucking anxious that I wanted to get the one that I thought was gonna be the worst out of the way first.
No, I assumed you would read them that way around. And I was sitting there and I saw you start laughing. I was like, and she got to the bottom bit.
Yup.
I thought you'd appreciate that little note.
I did.
A little
Dan
footnote.
appreciated that. And then I got to the bottom of the other letter and I went, fuck.
One day Rax will get a letter.
Fuck that.
Maybe.
That's too much work.
Fuck that, I don't want to be an entourage.
This is bullshit.
You guys will have to think of a party name. I'm just warning you that now.
I've been trying!
You need one. You guys need a party name.
I've been trying. I tried in game and fucking Rex goes, they'll just send a letter for the Angel of Frostbane. And I was like, I'm done. When he said that a couple sessions ago, I was like, I'm fucking done trying.
You do realize that there's like the guy that has the stick that announces everyone who arrives at a ball, right?
Yup.
So you have like a few sessions to think about it,
Yeah.
depending on how long you deal with fishermen.
Record time. Just nuke the whole place.
Nuke the whole place. Run to the peaks.
Nuke the whole place. Loot the whole place. Go to the peaks. Go home.
I had to write a side arc to avoid this dungeon. If I have to avoid this dungeon again, I might actually kill you all.
We're gonna go into the dungeon.
We're gonna go into the dungeon. I just didn't say how long we were gonna be there.
You are not allowed to step inside and then step out again. That does not count.
What if I step inside, take another step, we nuke the place, and then I leave?
Sure.
Did you say door?
I said sure. When you find nukes, tell me.
Resisting the urge.
I would also like to. Well, I wonder if any of those bombs are actually nukes.
Best get reading. I mean, he did say he didn't know what would happen if they all went off at the same time.
Don't do them all at the same time.
That's right. He does not.
He also said that he didn't know what would happen if a boulder fell on them because he didn't touch the boulder.
I remember that as well.
I just remember his panties going, oh, I did not test for that. I did not test for that.
I did not test for boulders.
Also, when you said when you find a nuke, let me know. I almost said.
You already have?
I was gonna say, is Later kind of a controlled nuke? Eh. I'll take it. Don't! You already said it once tonight. You can't say it twice.
I was gonna say, a few people you've met have been a controlled nuke.
Huh?
A few people you've met have been a controlled
Oh
nuke.
yeah.
I want you to know, by the way, that I went through a list of people you knew who knew the remove curse spell, and I had a post-it note underneath my monitor the whole night to see if you'd think of any of them on your own before the plot suggestion. And I was surprised by some of the ones that I remembered.
Oh.
Yeah. 2, 3, 4. There's 5
I
on
told
this
you what
list.
I thought one of them was.
There's 5 on this list. So that'll give you something to think about that isn't smut in my DMs. I love how 2 of you smiled at that. Like, at the same time, you were like, yeah.
Because we're literally, Sam and I have become the shitlord D&D siblings.
Uh-huh. You're not wrong.
I'll wear that title with fucking pride.
Uh-huh.
My face is falling off.
That's unfortunate. You should get that looked at.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
My brain just hotwired fucking Miryu's reaction to that. Boy.
Alright. I need to head out because I need to go to bed. I have work tomorrow.
I'm gonna do something.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, I'm definitely not, like, ready for bed, because it's still early for me, but I'm kind of, like, wired.
I'm gonna go lie in bed and, like, get attacked by kittens who are gonna want to play. So. And should any of you wish to engage in RP, I will do my best to reply. Until I fall asleep.
That will not be today. For me, at least. Oh, fuck.
There he is.
No!
No!
I went
Did
to
you
hit the
Did you
minimize
close your
and I hit
Discord
the
by
X.
accident?
I overshot.
Poor Mirror. No, I'm sorry.